So now you recognize the prudence in waiting. Now you see the importance of getting your facts and your ducks lined up before making statements. You don't get to shift this burden. You don't get to all of a sudden change strategies midway through after you've aggressively tried to tank a nigga. And don't sit here and tell me you weren't trying to tank the nigga like it wasn't really that goal, because you really, everything you said belied that. I went through that earlier on the stream. I can go through it again. I wrote down the freaking notes. You tried to tank this nigga. You and her had private conversations before you went forward with the Twitlonger, where you specifically said, yeah, so I don't know. I think I'm over this whole situation. There's too much nonsense happening right here, and people are showing their hands in the most obvious and transparent way possible. And I think there's too much coddling going on. There's too much of this, I can't say what I want to say, so I got to say whatever is PC because I don't want to be the next victim without any evidence to get canceled for saying something that didn't directly toe the line and do all the nonsense, and I'm not about it anymore. I'm going to go ahead and say this. For first off, in this space, in Twitch, in online spaces in general, the fact that there is people are going around and they're faking a lot of mental disorders. They're faking these things and then they're using them as shields, or they're using them as excuses to get away with total nonsense, and I'm not about it anymore. I feel like I should probably mention, going back when I first started interacting with Katarana and she first started making the statements about her autism, it was on a panel, which I happen to have highlighted. In this conversation, the conversation was about respect. Do elders get respect? Should they get respect? And her response was, I don't care that you came out of your mother's vagina before I did. I don't think you need any respect, and blah, 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 blah. Noticeably, most of us are going to push back against that. That's really stupid. We give elders respect. Yes, we understand respect can be earned. Before you can, and I don't, just because someone's older doesn't make them right, and I have to agree. And it's like, nope, no one's making the argument that they're right, whatever. Like, you can still you can still be respectful in your disagreement. By the time she got so much pushback from pretty much everyone on the panel, she then, for the first time after having been in these spaces for about 6 freaking weeks, she then goes, well, I'm autistic, so I can't, I just don't understand. I don't understand how this respect thing works. And so someone called her out on that, like, wait a minute. So if you're understanding that your autism is causing it, then that means that you're aware of what's generally expected and that your autism is getting in the way. And so then, like, we talk a little bit more, and then she goes, I'm sorry, can you come to me later? I'm having a sensory overload. Now, she's been in this space for 6 weeks, never had any form of a sensory overload of any kind, and then now all of a sudden she has that. And I'm just gonna say it. There's some social expectations that a lot of us are supposed to have regarding what's appropriate, what's not, what's consenting, and so on and so forth. I think when someone's doing what's reasonably supposed to be accepted in specific situations, if you're so vulnerable, you're so much of a snowflake that you literally can't be treated with the same decency and respect that we would give to everyone else, that you have to be particularly catered to. Sometimes I don't think it's a matter of a mental issue or a mental health issue. Sometimes I think it's just a matter of self-centeredness, where you just want people catering to you, and you want your excuse for being able to do the things that you want to do, like disrespect niggas, and also for not being held accountable when someone's directly asking you simple questions like, do I make you uncomfortable? And it's really crazy to me. Immediately after that, people ask, oh, well, you say, I can't understand the question, do I make you uncomfortable? But if he was to ask me, is it okay if I flirt with you? If he was to ask me for consent to flirt with you, that's more direct, and I can answer that. Yeah, I don't believe that. I don't buy it for a little bit. She literally mentioned that she was undiagnosed with these things. She's mentioned she was undiagnosed with autism. She mentioned that she was then she's claiming that she has NPD. I think narcissistic personality disorder, because she just wants to impress people and make them think that she's smart. Like, freak out of here. An inferiority complex is not narcissistic personality disorder, and I'm sick and tired of people just going around with these undiagnosed nonsense, using it as their freaking badges of justice so that they can get away with doing all sorts of atrocities like canceling and stealing someone's livelihood because you refuse to engage in what's the basic decency of answering a dang question of am I making you uncomfortable? This is not okay. And everyone's walking around here coddling. I just watched this portion of a stream from this nigga named Sanso. I can't pronounce it. But in this conversation, they're literally trying to ask her questions like, yo, did you do this or did you do that? And she's like, I can't. I don't know. I'm so sorry. I can't. I've been on panels with you where you've literally yelled back and forth with me. I know how you interact. I know how you get down. And now all of a sudden, you are the most delicate flower that's ever existed, in which you can't say or do anything because I'm autistic and I'm not sure. Okay. And you're literally inserting yourself over and over again. It's so crazy to me. And the thing is, these people aren't even good at hiding their hand, bro. She's grinning and smiling the entire time as she's talking about these accusations. And then literally, when like Dylan was done, it was like, oh, well, I want to answer questions. She was pressing the issue. Like, well, can I answer questions? Well, no, we can keep doing this. We can keep answering questions. I want to answer questions. Like, she literally kept saying it to Dylan over and over and over again. And Dylan was like, no, I don't really want, are you sure? Okay, we could. Finally, he stopped. Like, nope, I don't want to answer a question anymore. He made the decision to stop answering the question because she was down for it. Because this is an attention grab for her to grab some more extra attention. Then, when we're watching this other one in the Sanso stream, he's minding his own bit. They're having a conversation, talking about everything that goes down. And she comes in, and I'm going to go ahead and read this because I had to write it down because it was so freaking poignant. She said, I know that a lot of people... I know that a lot of other people have been able to give their sides or answer questions, but I haven't answered any questions, so I just wanted to come and see, is that necessary? And then, like, the dude's like, yeah, I have some questions for you. Well, I'm okay. Like, maybe I can do that if, yeah, I guess I can. It's like, nigga, you literally came in here specifically with the purpose of answering questions, said that you can actually answer questions, and then when he's like, okay, I got a question, maybe, okay. This reminds me of South Park, when Cartman was sitting there, and they were, like, inviting him to Casablanca, or Casa Bonita, and he's just like, and then finally Stan invites him, and he's like, I don't know that I can, but I guess I probably need to, I guess I have everything I need. Freak out of here. This is so transparent. It's insane. And then they're asking questions, and then, like, you got literal people swearing to God that they are the, like, living second coming of Johnny Cochran. You don't have to answer that, cat. Like, you don't got to do it. Like, get the freak out of here, bro. I'm not with this energy anymore. I'm sick of it. You literally tried to cancel a man. And then Dylan Burns is doing everything he can to be as passive. I didn't really do anything. I was just supporting my friend. I believed it. And then the whole time, now we find out more and more information. He helped her write the Twitlonger. He did. He's the one that came up with the title for it. She directly said, and I quote, hold on. I didn't put that as my title originally. I just put that I don't work for Prime anymore, and I was working on it with Dylan, and then they immediately stopped her. Like, yo, no, you don't gotta say the names. You don't gotta say the names of who helped you, because he directly asked her, did anyone help you when it came to writing this Twitlonger? And she volunteered that information, and both the streamer and I think it was Dude Butt, the one that was asking her the question, and then he literally goes and says, oh no, you don't have to say the names, like and they start like, oh no, yeah, wait. Like, because they didn't want her to out this. You literally had Dylan Burns writing this with you while he's claiming, like, yeah, no. She had already done these things. It had nothing to do with her. She said out of her own mouth, yeah, all of it kept happening. And, like, the time when I stopped calling him finally was when you called me finally. As soon as Dylan Burns came in the picture and she felt like she didn't need Prime anymore, now all of a sudden, yeah, I'm saying I can go ahead and keep my distance. I'm ready to come forward with every claim that needs to happen. She didn't want to come forward with the claims because the claims, if they're even real, because at the end of the day, she was using Prime to increase her platform. She said it out of her own freaking mouth. I'm tired of this. You can't keep doing this. You can't keep saying, oh, I have this thing, so I have this problem, so you guys got and constrict the conversation so that people can actually talk to you about what the frick is going on. You see it in panels on a regular basis where it's like, I'm a victim of sexual assault, so because of that, I can't if the conversation gets about that, I really can't have these conversations. And so now, the second we start having any real legitimate conversation on this topic, we got to walk on eggshells. And I'm sorry, this person is in the room, and they've had these issues, so we can't have these conversations. That nigga, that ain't flying. I'm sorry, and it wouldn't ever fly to any person in the real world to sit here and say I couldn't answer the question that he directly asked me to let him know if I'm ever making him uncomfortable. But the power dynamic really got in the way when he literally gave me the in right then by directly asking me, hey, if I'm making you uncomfortable, will you let me know? Freak out of here. And they directly asked, does Prime know? Did he know? Was there ever? And everyone's been selling this untrue narrative we're making statements like, well, in reality, well, yes, it's, the reason why she was so offended, was because she believed reasonably that Prime had already been told about the bad action, and he continued to do it. He never like changed his actions after he was informed about it. She got on there and said that that was not the case, and I wrote it down. So I posted it in NCC, and then I had the conversation with Samantha the day I posted it in NCC to let her know about stuff. I asked her to speak to him indirectly, and then later if she could speak to him directly. A couple of times in our chat, I would be like, "How did that talk go?" And I don't think she ever answered. So until the day before I posted the Twitlonger, as far as I thought in my mind, she didn't say anything, and it wasn't until I had already told Prime that it didn't want to work for him anymore that she said that she said something. So my decision to quit and not want to work for Prime anymore wasn't really influenced very much by whether or not Samantha had the conversation. I felt uncomfortable with or without Samantha speaking, but she told me on the phone that she had a conversation, as I recall. She didn't give me the exact details of what she said with him, as much as saying I told him directly to calm down with everything. I guess that was the extent to which I recall. So she was not operating this entire time under the idea that Prime had ever been spoken to. He literally gave her several outs where he was telling her, "Hey, if I make you uncomfortable, you can do so." She refused to do something as simple as that and literally tried to blame it on her autism. I'm not about it. I worked for autism for many years. I was a caretaker for autistic children for many years. That's literally what I was doing for a living for a small portion in time. I know what it's like dealing with autism. I lived with people who are autistic, as everyone from my stream knows, on a regular freaking basis. I know, and you don't sit here and then just try to hide behind that. I think it's dismissive and it's disparaging towards functioning autistic people to automatically imply that, oh yeah, just because, I can't answer questions about discomfort. Yeah, you're going to have to ask a whole bunch of questions to get around that. It's the same thing as people trying to get you to interact with their other personalities. I'm sorry. If you're so non-functional that I now have to embrace delusions like multiple personalities in order to not trigger you into murdering yourself, I'm sorry. I'm a video game myself if every time I have to do that. This is absolutely absurd. It's absolutely ridiculous. We would never put those demands on people in the real world. You wouldn't get that dang job if this is your disability. Don't play that. So don't come into these Twitch spaces where we're having real conversations, trying to change the hearts and lives of millions of people, and you're literally restricting our conversations to cater around your non-diagnosed mental health disorder. This is not okay. We can't keep doing this. Twitch is not a safe space. And if you're really that incompetent and that incapable of having conversations, trying to start a stream is probably the literal worst thing that you can possibly do. We know the toxicity that is online community. Twitter, Twitch, YouTube comments are actual AIDS. And if you're really going to be trying to create a platform when you have this many problems, this many inhibitors, it's probably not in your best interest. And I'm sick of everyone trying to cater around that. It does not make sense. I actually have this stream up. I'm about to play some of these conversations. I only got so little into it, probably about 5 minutes before I was like, yeah, this is absurd. This is absurd. I can't, bro. It's too much. Oh my God. And I wish I had the stream where we had the conversation about respect, where she was acting a dang fool. I'm pretty sure I highlighted it. I wish I knew where it was. I will look for it. It's probably on my computer. She literally, at random, after we called her out on her nonsense take about not having to respect anybody. I don't respect children either. Because someone came up with the idea that was like, yo, you can treat elders like you treat children. Like, with children, there's a lot of things where you probably wouldn't, you can just kind of like, just passively, you just don't engage with them in certain kind of ways. You can do the same thing with elder. No, I talk to children directly, and that's probably the problem. Is people like if a child says something that's wrong, then I would just tell them that they're wrong. And then she was just being as obtuse as possible, and everybody saw through it. I called her out. I went clean the freak off, and then after that, she was like, "Well, it's really my autism. That's why I can't do it." Yeah, you retreated to that. I'm not buying that. I'm sorry. I am not. You're not gonna keep using this as your dang shield so that you can go ahead and get away with absolute zero accountability. I'm not having that. I'm done with it. Y'all want to cancel me over that? You can.
Deal with.
Rewinding. Hold on. This is absurd.
Because.
Jeez.
Just because I know that not everybody.
No one asked her to come in here and make these conversations, to do these questions. She chose to do this. Watch.
Oh, hi. Sorry, by the way, for just coming in. It's just, I realized that, I've mostly been hiding from my phone. And I guess it's I guess a bit strange to say things and then like not be able to not really talk much more. So I just thought it would probably be good to talk to someone. But also be on one of the streams that doesn't have like 2,000 people staring at me. So I just
That's
decided,
fair enough.
yeah. Um, I mean, you guys have been talking about something else for a bit, so I don't know. Just essentially, I know that a lot of other people have been able to give their sides or like answer questions, but I haven't answered any questions. So I just wanted to come and see.
You want to answer questions. You volunteered to do that. They didn't ask you to be on here. You chose to do it. And now, when the guy engages, so that you don't seem too thirsty for like a power grab, now you're gonna pull it back. Like, well, maybe. Oh, okay, possibly.
If like, is that necessary?
I actually do have a few if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay. But just as a heads up, I'm probably only gonna stay as long as Josie's here because right now, like, I'm in the house alone, so I'm really nervous. So
The perpetual victim. I cannot, bro. Knock this off.
Yeah, fair enough.
okay.
I'll step in if anyone gets like too
Yeah.
rough for sure.
So, can you relay to me exactly what Samantha had told you in correspondence as to what she had told Prime in terms of like how you thought he was
if it's not
acting
important.
inappropriately?
Yeah, so I posted an NCC.
Let's listen to this
I
question
actually
one
do
more
have
time.
a few if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay. But just as a heads up, I'm probably only gonna stay as long as Josie's here because right now.
Let me read this. You may have to brought this up. Kat tells Samantha to tell Prime to stop abusing her. I would think this would be a monumental occurrence for Kat, and she would be waiting on the edge of her seat to get every detail from the detail. But no one remembers anything. I can't imagine in any universe you thinking someone is going to tell your abuser to stop, and the details from this interaction aren't ironed out or questioned. I need my glasses. I can barely read. Or question
They
why
need
Prime
me.
didn't follow
Need
up.
what I can
This
do.
makes no sense, bro. That's the thing. Most of these things, I don't think these are real interactions. I don't think that she was really concerned about that because it's like, yeah, no. I just, I kind of asked her a few times, and we really didn't really touch on it very much, and then that was the end of it. And I really don't know if she ever said anything. And it's like all these mixed, bro. I don't know, man. I'm saying, come on. You guys have been there for her on panels. I experienced panels with her for like 4 or 5 months consistently. This is a brand new fabrication of a character. This is OD. Come on! I'm not buying this. Where's my glasses? Oh, here we are. Bro, this is too much. Gosh, I'm an old man now. I can't even freaking see and read text without my eyes getting tired at night, and this is gross. It's only if I gotta read. I probably just shouldn't read chat. Anyway. Glasses are dirty as freak. What did I touch them with? Some actual glass cleaners. Yeah, but I'm saying like you can't maintain like no. I'm so autistic that I don't know social cues and blah 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 while engaging in perfect conversation with direct confrontation all this time, but I literally can't answer the question of, hey, if I make you uncomfortable, will you let me know? Like, come on, bro. Oh my god. Do y'all remember when she was bullying Prime Legendary? She was going ham. She was literally in her bag, bro. She was literally hungry. She went ham. And I was like, yo, you are literally never this aggressive. This was OD. And she was literally misconstruing what he was saying. It was intentional. But now she can't answer questions of, do I make you uncomfortable? If I do, will you let me know? Come on, bro. We can go through that. I'm pretty sure that's on my YouTube. I'm positive it's on my YouTube. Listen though, watch this, and then watch this reincarnation of Johnny Cochran meets L. Ron Hubbard, where he's just like, yo, like, you don't gotta answer that. Like, what the freak, bro? And it wasn't even an aggressive question.
Like, I'm in the house alone, so I'm really nervous. So
Yeah, fair enough.
okay.
I'll step in if anyone gets like too rough for sure.
So, can you relay to me exactly what Samantha had told you in correspondence as to what she had told Prime in terms of like how you thought he was acting inappropriately?
Yeah, so I posted in NCCs and then I had the conversation with Samantha the day I posted in NCCs to let her know about stuff. I asked her to speak to him indirectly. And then asked later if she could speak to him directly. A couple of times in our chat, I would be like, "How did the talk go?" And I don't think she ever answered. So until the day before I posted the Twitlonger, as far as I thought in my mind, she didn't say anything, and it wasn't until I had already told Prime that I didn't want to work for him anymore that she said something. So my decision to like quit and not want to work for Prime anymore wasn't really influenced much on like whether or not Samantha had the conversation. It was I like had wanted to I felt like uncomfortable with or without Samantha speaking to him, but she told me on the phone that she had a conversation. I don't, as far as I recall, because honestly a lot of this is getting really blurry. She
Yeah,
didn't
that's
give
fair.
she didn't give me exact details of what she said with.
Let me deal with this real quick too. This whole it's all blurry and it was abusive and da 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 da. Dylan's making these claims that he wasn't trying to cancel Prime, but he literally compared it to his sexual molestation as a child. That's what he did. When she was like, I don't remember. He was like, well, a lot of time. Actually, you know what? I wrote it down. I wrote it freaking down because I was like, yo, this is OD. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna read it word for freaking word. 1 second. Did I not write this one? Oh no, here it is. When I was younger, when I went through something similar, a lot of it, because he was asking her questions. Like, I can't remember. I can't remember. And he was like, oh, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. And then he goes, when I was younger, when I went through something similar, a lot of it took me like 14 years to like remember when I was sexually abused as a child. You block out a lot of this stuff when you cope with this type of mistreatment and stuff like that. You're saying him calling you gorgeous is the same of Dylan Burns being molested as a child? My nigga, come on. Come on. That's OD. And now it's, oh, no, it's all blurry. It's all blurry.
Sorry. Said with him as much as she just said, like, I told him directly.
KT, in this situation is awful, bro.
Calm down
They
with
literally tried to
everything.
cancel Prime on some nonsense.
And yeah, that was, I guess that was kind of the extent to which I recall.
Okay.
I saw it, AJ.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Thanks, honey pot,
now,
for
can I
those.
ask you another question? Do you feel as if now knowing that Prime's like up until the day that like you cut off communication, Dylan called him a sex pest, that he had no idea that like anything that he was doing was causing you discomfort?
Yeah, so
let me just make sure we're clear here. So now that you recognize that he never had any idea that anything he was doing was causing you discomfort, whereas originally the whole argument was he did know, he was told, and he just did it anyway. Now you're going to move the goalpost to, well, it doesn't really matter if he knows, because, you know, at the end of the day, wow, really?
most of the time I was just like, this seems really strangely oblivious. But I guess even with or without the oblivion, it doesn't really change the fact that like I was very much uncomfortable. But yeah, like sorry, could you re-ask the question? I just got really scattered.
I'm just like, do you feel like the same way towards how Prime treated you now, knowing that he was?
Sorry, can you re-ask the question? I was really scattered. I know I have to have some all black everything panels with Katarana on it. You guys gotta recognize how normal and how capable this person is, getting her master's degree in physical in freaking STEM of all things, but somehow she literally can't answer really, really basic, simple questions. This is crazy, man. I'm not falling for the grift.
Completely oblivious up until the day that this all happened, that he was making you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, so as I put at the end of the Twitlonger that like he did say that like he knows which girls like would or not say anything, but I didn't really interpret it like that as being like super malicious as much as it's like, oh, I know like I guess he knows which girls are like very, very vocal, so he would never even like try to even like somewhat flirt because right away he thinks that like there would be an issue, whereas I guess maybe when he speaks to me, he feels like I wouldn't go like as soon as like Prime says, "Hi, I think you're pretty." I wouldn't start telling everyone, "You can't believe what Prime told me." So I still do feel very uncomfortable, and I do stand by everything I put in my Twitlonger because honestly, it wasn't a lot of it wasn't predicated on the fact that like, and I know that he's like using his power, and I know that he knows that he holds like, money
I
over
wrote
me,
all this
and
down
I
too.
know that he knows I'm very uncomfortable, and he knows that I won't say anything because he knows I'm scared that I won't be able to go on panels anymore. That just happens to be what was in my mind, was that I can't say anything because I say anything super directly, except for try to give as many like hints that are non-direct or
Listen,
unconfidential.
I don't want to confront you about this. I would
Pause. I wouldn't start telling everyone. Hold on. I won't say anything because he knows I'm scared that I won't be able to go and pan more. That just happened to be in my mind that I can't say anything because if I say anything super directly, except try to give as many hints that are non-direct as possible, I don't have to explain why that's so problematic when you have a person who's genuinely trying to find out, genuinely trying to pursue you, while genuinely taking the time to make sure, hey, if I'm making you uncomfortable, you'll let me know, right? This is OD. And then trying to say, like, no, I wasn't saying it to be malicious, but she clearly meant it maliciously. Freak out of here, bro.
would prefer to talk in private, but I just want to ask you right now, did you write this with the support of other people? Like, were other people proofreading and like telling you to add or subtract anything, or was this all purely from you?
Okay, yeah. So the title, I didn't put that as my title originally. I just put it that I don't work for Prime anymore. And I was working on it with Dylan, and he.
You don't have to tell me who. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh!
Okay.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Did you write this with the support of other people? Like, were
Huh.
other people proofreading and like telling you to add or
Interesting.
subtract anything, or was this all purely from you?
Okay, yeah. So
Listen to the
the title.
I'm sorry.
I didn't put that as my title originally. I just put it that I don't work for Prime anymore. And I was working on it with Dylan, and he.
You don't have to tell me who. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Can I ask?
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Wasn't Destiny on that conversation? It was on Destiny stream. It's on my channel, and it's on. Freak. I'm pretty sure it's on Destiny. Okay, let me just double check really quick. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, bro, I'm not buying this. I can't do it. Bro, I'm not having this. I'm sorry. It's too much. You can't get me to just plenty of opinions on this subject. Buy your grift. I think Primus Legendary was in it. Maybe it's not there. Destiny has it though. Destiny gotta have it. Oh my gosh. I don't want to go looking for it. It's in here.
Said it was going to be brief. All right, go ahead.
So, just quickly, two things. Destiny, you said that.
This is the same person. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Listen to her tone now.
That like crack cocaine has the ability to destroy neighborhoods more than the other, but that really just seems like an appeal to nature kind of argument, and I don't know what exactly does it mean like via metrics to destroy a neighborhood? Like, what does it mean that like crack will destroy it more than heroin if it was go ahead and used throughout the whole neighborhood? Like, I don't think, like, it just really seems like a my neighborhood.
Well, it means
I'm
for one
scared.
that
Well,
the
so
higher
wait, hold on. Well, I can
addiction
qualify that.
with
So
crack.
my understanding is that crack is.
Oh, you can qualify. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, maybe I misspoke. I didn't understand. Wow! Maybe you shouldn't have been on panels for 6 months before you outed yourself with this grift where you're completely trying to play up a character that's 100% not you. Freak out of here.
It's cheaper. It's usually cut with other things as well, and that because of the easy availability of it, because of the fact that it can be cut with other more dangerous stuff as well, there's like a higher proclivity, and because of the way the high is on crack versus cocaine, there's a higher proclivity to become addicted to it, and that the abuse of it leads to more, like, you could say criminal behavior, so stealing from people or committing crimes to get drugs or whatever. That's like generally falls in line with crack versus.
They were selling it. There's a difference.
Well,
People's livelihoods are based on something that no.
I just want to know more. What did it mean, like, to destroy a neighborhood? I feel like still, like, if we go ahead and check the difference between how likely are you to go ahead and rob a store if you're on meth versus heroin versus crack versus I'm not sure. I'm sure it's able to be quantified, but I'm not sure if crack necessarily would cause you to want to rob a store more than the other.
I guess just on that qualifying thing, just real quick. Hold on, just responding to her point exactly. So we keep bringing up this idea of like pharmacological similarity. So let's say that we were to invent a drug, and this is just the only way my mind can think of it. I'm sorry, okay? Let's say that we had things called like rectal alcohol bubbles or something, okay? And you shoved a little like bubble thing up your ass and it blew up and there was like alcohol.
Diarrhea?
Pharmacologically, this might be the exact same thing as alcohol you drink out of a bottle, but rectally you absorb substances way quicker.
That's my point, KTN. She be about the smoke. She be about it. She has always been about the smoke from the first time I met her. Literally, you know what's really OD? Is when I used to be in those panels, very often, a lot of times the conversation was specifically about because Fanatiq can go kind of get into the mud, start talking this little nonsense in these panels, kind of going off, you know what I'm saying, hitting the repeat tech on niggas, is can you handle the juice? And lo and behold, it was like, oh yeah, this person can absolutely handle this juice. Nigga, I cannot. And lo and behold, now, no, I can't. I'm sorry. Oh, hey,
It's very easy to die of alcohol poisoning if you like mess around with like really fucky shit like that. So we can say all day, well, pharmacologically these things are identically the exact same thing. We can break it down. It's like sure, but one, other things can be cut into these drugs to make them more addictive. And two, the method and mode in which you use them can dramatically impact the way that your neuro receptors interact with these things, or whether the dopamine high you get off it, and
This was just a question. I just wanted to understand what did you mean. Okay, so now going back to earlier, Legend gave me his data.
I know.
Yeah, Legend gave me his data, in which case we'll go ahead and talk about it. So his thing was that white people go ahead and perform a violent crime per capita more than black people. When I went ahead and looked at the data as given by the FBI, it only said that white people have more liquor charges, DUIs, drunkenness in public, and arson, which are white stuff. And at the end of the day, it's not really the whole 1350. It's 13% of black people end up committing 26.9% of the crime. So essentially, at the end of the day, I don't know, Legend, exactly where were you getting the data of which white people commit more violent crimes, because it just seems like white people like to be drunk in public. Now, so you go ahead and...
Nice deal, man, Legend.
Oh, okay, so it is a crime, and I didn't say it's not... I'm aware it's a crime, but it's not a violent crime.
The white woman is on your side, crime.
No. Legend, you about to get some...
You hear that? Let's go back! Bro, I cannot.
Let's get a clarification.
On it with Dylan, put that up.
Like telling you to add or subtract anything, or was this all purely from you?
Okay, yeah. So the title, I didn't put that as my title originally. I just put it that I don't work for Prime anymore. And I was working on it with Dylan, and he.
You don't have to tell me who. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
No, you're fine. Can I ask you a clarification real quick? When you said
What
that
the grift is going on? Don't do this. This is so harmful. There are legitimate actual people out there with legitimate mental health issues, and I don't believe in trying to ostracize people. Sometimes people, like, literally part of what was normalization for the autistic children that I worked with was to intentionally place them in specific classrooms with typical children, so that way that they learn some of the social cues from typical children, because some people have the belief that putting autistic children in rooms with only other autistic children will then cause those other children to get into the autism. And I always had this suspicion myself, because like some of the people that I worked with, when they originally were like, they were just normal kids coming up, like doing whatever they do. They were into music and into Wiggles and so on and so forth. But then when they went to the autistic school, they came and had this newfound obsession with trains. But I know that that's a common thing when it comes to autistic children. And I would imagine there's probably one of the kids in this classroom that really liked trains and was obsessed with trains video. And then the other kid that I was working with, then eventually started looking and becoming really obsessed and perseverating on trains. You can literally influence that. These kind of things can happen. So typically, some people want to put these children, neurodivergent children, around typical children in order to help them acclimate to like typical behavior, typical social cues. They literally have days where it's like one of the activities was we have to go to an amusement park X amount of times per month or whatever, because so that they can become a little bit more comfortable with children, with more people, because autistic children can sometimes be very agoraphobic. And so like the idea is when you start trying to flip this script like this all day, it's absolutely insane. And the idea also is that I cannot stand the notion that someone would be literally trying to use this autism or their proclaimed autism, which I don't believe to necessarily be true. I can't be 100% sure, but it doesn't seem like it. It sounds like you're putting on a character. And for you to do this, I think is really harmful to actually autistic people who literally are trying to function in these spaces, who are probably on the spectrum, but able to function and want to be treated normal. Once you start making it where you're claiming that this is causing such a problem, there's plenty of people who can encounter this and then be like, well, I'm just writing it off. I just don't want to deal with it. I won't talk to autistic people. That's awful. I don't think that that's okay, and you need to stop. It's disgusting. You cannot use your projected or proposed mental illness that has not been diagnosed as a badge of justice or a badge of honor or a shield of valor, so that you can just go ahead and just be in these situations and everyone needs to be careful around me, and if I don't do it, then it's my fault. It's not my fault, and so on and so forth. I can't do that. This is insane. K10, she's literally accusing Prime, by the way. It's absurd.
That you weren't a person who would go around and talking. Is that something that he said before you thought that Samantha had talked to Prime and confronted him about how he was making you feel uncomfortable, and then you later like look back at that as like some sort of like personal, attack or something?
Man, I have to try to remember. I didn't say it to Samantha in May, and considering I was giving a bunch of details about like the fact that sometimes he would make the compliments and I would say, "Can we please work?" I would assume that I would have put that in there if that was before. So I'm going to have to assume that was a conversation that we had in June,
Okay.
which is where I spoke to Samantha.
And one last question, because like, and this is like the closest that I'll get to like criticism, and then I'll probably head out. Now knowing that Prime was again because Doobie believes that he's genuine in his like.
Sure, they have good days and bad days. Part of the thing is we have to end up keeping notes specifically because there were plenty of times where children can display different things where, they do have really bad days. Where it's like just human beings, right? Like they're human beings. So some days they're gonna have bad mood. Some days they're gonna be particularly stubborn. Some days they really, really, really don't want to go out of the house. And then some days you literally watch them do the entire morning routine, brushing their own teeth, showering themselves, doing everything on their own. Yes, these things can come and go, but it's consistency. I never, in all of the time that I'd been doing the panels, I had never ever encountered her autism until on the first day where we all ganged up and we're all pushing back on the notion that some kind of way her autism was, that elders shouldn't receive respect, and her autism was preventing her from being able to see and understand why you need to do respect. Like that's the first time where she ever mentioned it, and then immediately after mentioning why her autism was causing her to not be able to understand our position, then on that same thing, and because I made a face. She said she was autistic, and my first thing I said, I was like, and then the conversation goes on, and then when we're giving her closing statement, I'm sorry, can you come around to me again? I'm having a sensory overload. And then she started just darting her eyes back and forth like that, and I'm like, nigga, this is not real. Come on, bro. This is OD.
Complete obliviousness. That Prime had absolutely no idea that he felt that he was making you uncomfortable.
Yeah, bro.
Still believe
now she's saying
that
it's NPD. She
had
definitely mentioned
sexually
autism
harassed
before.
you, and
I have it.
think
I'm gonna find that VOD now.
Perhaps like the best thing is for everyone to just say like we all kind of messed up.
And since when has narcissism only been specifically trying to impress people to make them think that you're smart? The freak is that? Please stop. It's not what narcissism is.
And to drop it and to walk away from this.
I don't really think intent very much comes into play when it comes to whether or not someone is harassed. Um, Especially because um, I talked about this a bit on my stream, but like I have a lot of issues with like a history of being sexually harassed. So I got a phone call yesterday right before stream from my school saying, "Don't forget that your sexual harassment tribunal is coming up soon." I was, oh great, like this is very pertinent in my life and ongoing. And when I went to my school and said, "Hey, this person like attempted to coerce me into sex," that person, when they came forward,
Of
like
course
when they got
intent
spoken to,
matters.
they said, "Oh, I didn't realize she was uncomfortable, but that didn't stop me from being able to receive a restraining order." And my university seeing it as, yes, that's still harassment. So even if you are oblivious, it doesn't change the fact that I was very uncomfortable and didn't like the situation. And it doesn't need to necessarily have someone doesn't need to be super nefarious and say, "Oh yes, I'm going to like absolutely make this woman miserable," for it to still be harassment. And very few people will be sitting there and saying, "Oh, I know what I'm doing, and I don't like women, so I'm going to continue." You know.
Now,
So
like from all this, like basically, I think that all of this stemmed from like a massive, like complete lapse in communication on all fronts, and that's
Watch
understandable.
this.
Do you think that maybe in the future that when you are feeling uncomfortable with people and how they interact with you? No, I'm just asking. Do you think that in the future that maybe it would be a good idea to let them know that they are making you discomfortable and then go to talk to other sources if they continue in that behavior that you find uncomfortable?
You don't have to answer that question.
Nigga, you ain't Johnny Cochran. The hell is going on? You don't have to. I have checked. The freak? It's a really basic question. Moving forward, do you think you would be able to voice to somebody, "Hey, I'm not feeling comfortable"? Do you think that'd be the appropriate thing to do? You ain't got to. You don't have to answer that. Objection. Here's the freak is going on. Y'all niggas gotta chill. The coddling has to stop. Progress can be made when we start recognizing that there are social expectations that people should be having, so that way we can make sure that in the future, these kind of interactions, we have reasonable expectations for how to appropriately handle them. But instead, let's just coddle and, no, I'm sorry, it's not your fault. It's not, it's, no. Shh. Freak out of here.
yeah, I'll still try.
Go to talk to other sources.
Listen to her. Yeah,
behavior that you find uncomfortable.
You don't have to answer that question.
Yeah, I'll still try. So the whole thing is due to the fact that I have a like a repetitive history of people continuously doing things that make me uncomfortable.
You hear her. Let's go back to the Destiny vibe, bro. Let's go back to the Destiny vibe.
Some white help. All right, I hope you can accept that. Legend. Sorry, Joe, please.
Unconditional love.
We don't know. Get back to Katarana.
The statistics would always
Per capita, white people commit more violent crime, and you said yes, and then you went and found your best stats. I did.
Yeah, I think
no,
so.
I very specifically asked you per capita.
Okay, let Katarana speak. She's been waiting for so long. Don't.
Okay, they can talk about now.
So when I asked, I did say, is it per capita that white people commit more violent crime? And you said yes, and then you went and found your best stats.
Run the tape. Watch the rebroadcast.
Okay, okay, hold on.
Why would we care about not per capita? Why would we even care?
Yeah, like, of course,
She
we're
asked
gonna
me,
go ahead.
she said something, and then Joe got to speak, and I'm trying to respond.
Okay, yeah, and that's...
So.
Go crazy, go off, son.
Go ahead, Legend, please.
Go crazy, go off, son. How are you this person? No, you can. Freak, bro, this is OD. Why am I supposed to believe this delusion? Why are we all supposed to cater around this person who's literally grifting? Why is it all of a sudden I'm gonna get? This is too much. How she can't keep the same energy, bro? She can't. I'm not about that. I can try if you.
My reaction is the whole thing is due to the fact that I have a like a repetitive history.
Yeah, he is.
Of
He's the leader, and now she's accusing him of like, sexually harassing her.
My reaction.
And someone's calling him a sex
freeze
pest.
Up. I spoke about this a little bit on my stream, but like I've been having these types of issues like come up since I was 6 years old. So my reaction is always just to freeze. Luckily, when I did my stream, I was speaking to one of my community members that's like, finishing up his master's in psychology, and he helped me now get a new therapist that like is able to specialize in these types of things. I've been going to like therapy overall for like the last like 10 years. But a lot. I have so many.
You've been going for 10 years, but you still have never been diagnosed, even though you want to claim this all the time on these spaces whenever it's convenient.
Many different things I need to cover in my therapy sessions that I always try to put sexual harassment in the back of my mind because I usually block out all these things mentally.
I'm having sexual harassment on a regular basis. It's been such a part of my life ever since I was 6 years old, and I've been seeing a therapist for 10 years, but I always put sexual harassment on the back burner because I wanted to put it out of my mind.
So it's something I almost like tried to avoid as much as possible, but now I'm seeing that me avoiding the thoughts of it is causing issues and that are going to be problems for me in my adult life.
No, she said to the contrary, Eris, that she was not diagnosed, that she has not been diagnosed.
So now I'm going to work on it with a therapist, but I can't really say it's as easy for me as like just voice your uncomfortability because I always know that that's an option. The issue is that it's so much more important to me that I'm making the other person like feel as much as possible like they are leaving the situation on their own volition. So maybe if I just keep on like avoiding the conversation, maybe they might just be like, oh, okay, maybe I'm not that interested in her. She doesn't seem that interesting. Rather than me like say something outright because it's more important to me that everybody else comes out of it.
If they cancel me,
okay,
it's fine. I don't
even
care.
if that means
I just do music.
Like
it's just stupid.
So that's always been the thing I'm doing is like, okay, I'm miserable, but it's more important. It's better that I'm miserable than I make somebody else as miserable as I'm feeling.
It doesn't matter. You're not obligated to tell them if you're uncomfortable. In fact, you're not even obligated to say anything. If somebody's making advances on you, romantic or sexual, you're not even obligated to answer them. So I just like I don't want you to listen to this signal so much. That's ridiculous.
Listen to this coddling. I'm gonna put it really freaking clear. I'm sorry. Listen, I understand that when it comes to sexual advances, this entire thing is extremely nebulous. The idea about flirting with someone, it's extremely nebulous. Sometimes people can be very offended. Sometimes you might approach a woman and not recognize that she's married. And you can get at her and then upon getting closer or speaking to her for a bit, you realize, oh snap, you had a ring. I didn't see that. My bad. I probably have needed glasses a lot longer. At that point, some women can get offended at you literally just for asking for them. Rejection is a real thing. We're never going to get to a universe where we're supposed to remove literally all onus for any responsibility or for any reasonable communication from adult women on communicating with men across the freaking internet where there's no serious direct power dynamics that now all of a sudden she never has to say anything? Yeah, not on my watch, dude, but you can knock that the freak off. That's not it. That's not accurate. That's not realistic. That's not the real world, and that's stupid. Everything that they're doing right now is doing everything they can to remove all sense of responsibility from her. They want to coddle and put her in this little safe space so she can until she gets big, so then she can start going ham. When she felt comfortable in prime space, she would go clean the freak off. Anytime anybody said anything that disagreed with her, you can see a clear dichotomy, a clear shift in her personality. But right now, while she's trying to get this growth, while she's over here dealing with baby Dylan, now she went to go up over here and change the whole narrative, change the whole personality, so then she can launch her streaming platform. She literally said half of the reason she was putting up with what she was originally calling sexual harassment was specifically to grow her platform. Freak out of here. Not on my watch, nigga. And anybody else watching her, I'm saying it. You got brain rot. You're supporting an absolutely corrupt system. This woman literally went out of her way to try to demonize and steal a man's livelihood. Literally admitted on. I'm happy. Said sarcastically, I'm happy he still has his platform. Freak out of here. All of them. They were literally having conversations about what's going to happen after we cancel him. What's going to happen when we, where are all the people going to go? You literally thought he was going to get canceled for this. What you didn't realize, you didn't have no evidence. You were literally fabricating stuff, and your star witness didn't come through because you were lying. It's absolutely absurd. And you keep shifting the narrative and moving the goalposts and crafting new mental health issues so that you're never held accountable for what's obvious. He literally thought there was a mutual relationship. Oh no, I just used him for wake-up calls and was having 14-hour calls because I wanted to talk to him. Yeah, let me show y'all niggas something, because this whole thing is absolutely ridiculous. I'm sorry. All of this nonsense about no, we needed to do this because we had to we had to what's it called? We were, what was she saying? We were doing all of our conversations and everything. We were doing we were on the calls because we were doing the orders. We were doing the booking for the show. Freak out of here. Not even close, bro. Not even close. Let me just show you the images, okay? Want to come under the all black everything tomorrow? Sure. Do we know the topic? We never do till like 10 a.m. the day before. No problem. I'll be there. Want to come on again tonight? Next week? I won't be available. Thanks for the invite. No problem. Want to come on to All Black Everything tomorrow night at 8 p.m.? Sorry. On a new schedule, so I may not be. All good. Keep me posted. Each time it was on the text messages. That's one. Let's open up another one. I can find more. This is the way they were always done. You in for Thursday again? This is starting 5/23/2021. Yup. Hey there. Are you for coming in 8 p.m. For the ABE? Yup. Thanks. Hi there. I'm sending an invite to see if you're going to the Prime Royale. No, sorry, not today. Not a problem. Hi there. Would you like to be on All Black Everything tomorrow? Yup. Thanks. Down for tomorrow? That's all of our conversations. It was always by text. Every person that will speak to you, this is the only way she did it. But she talking about, no, I had to talk to this nigga for 6 hours on the phone and have him do my wake-up calls, even though I had a boyfriend at the time, and I had a cell phone, and I had a computer, and I had all these alarms, but I needed him to be doing it. But no, there was no communication of any sort of flirting whatsoever. I didn't expect this to be an object of any kind whatsoever. I don't know where he got that from. And honestly, I was really too neurodivergent to wreck it. Freak out of here, bro. I'm sorry. That was way too forceful. I needed him to do the call for I couldn't because nigga, get out of here. No one's buying that. You need to stop. That's OD. You're trying to ruin a person.
So, you know what? I would say you went above and beyond. I would say you rejected the advances.
He gonna suck her right on this call.
At most, I think the argument anybody could make is if somebody's making a romantic or a sexual advance on you, is to just reject that specific advance. You're not obligated to make any, to like communicate any long-term decisions about whether you will or will not foreseeably become attracted to them or be interested in any future advances. Like, I'm perfectly comfortable creating the prescription that, one, you don't have to answer, and two, the fact that you answered with strong, I would consider pretty strong signals of rejection, and it seems that you considered those to be pretty strong signals of rejection as well. I guess I'd like to ask you if that's the case.
Bro, you can't get worse than this. These niggas on Twitch Spaces really just don't know what they're talking about. I don't know do y'all remember that Vice video where they were talking about like what consent looks like in the bedroom, and it was just like the nigga was like hugging her and it was like, can I kiss you? And she's like, and then he kisses her. Then they start kissing. Then he's like, oh, can I touch your bra or can I unbuckle? Okay. Do you mind if I put my hand here? Like, and it's like, nigga, that's not a real thing. I don't know what y'all niggas live through. I'm sorry, but I promise you, if you stop at literally every single iota, can I suck your left nipple this time? Okay. What about the right one? Is that okay now? She's dry, bro. She's dry. It's done. I promise you. No one's asking for consent in that way. This is absurd. There's normal interactions that we can have. I think it's absolutely reasonable. I understand in public spaces or when you're like at nighttime and things like that, why it can be incredibly dangerous and why you might not feel powerful rejecting a person. I get that these situations are gross. There are some disgusting men out there. I am never going to remove all onus from women to ever directly respond to a person who is passively trying to get at you, right? Or directly even saying, hey, I'm interested in you. I would like you to be my girlfriend. You found a way to say, I'm sorry, I can't do it right now. Nope. I am not buying it. She literally tried to say, in order to get out of saying I love you, I had to put anesthesia so then I couldn't talk anymore. What are we talking about? Who's buying these delusions? Freak out of here.
When you said things like you objectively cannot date me, stuff like that, did you consider that those were like, I hope he gets the message?
Yes, that was very much, I hope he gets the message. I was really just trying to pull out any card I could, like, out of the hat that wouldn't be an explicit, I'm not interested, please leave me alone, because I didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings, so it was more important. I was like, okay, I'm not straight, I'm busy.
Yeah, you really tried to, like, hint that you might be gay. Like, bro, you might actually be marking up the wrong tree. So I think there's a question here about, so I accept that when you left some wiggle room, when you would say things that Prime would
any card I could, except for just directly saying to the nigga that's literally asking me, not forcing me, not in my presence. No, I just didn't want to say no. Yeah, we could have changed all of this. Was simple. Yeah, sorry, no.
interpret as like leaving room for possibility in the future. Like when you said
I'm
things
not
like,
doing it.
it's
Don't
probably
worry,
going to
I'll
be
be
the
good
case
on
later.
that.
You know, like I literally cannot date right now and I probably can't later. I understand that. I think Prime interpreted that to mean like she's giving me a chance. She's leaving me room for a chance. What was your intention in saying something like, and I probably can't later?
That I honestly, I didn't have any interest. Just please forget about me. I'm going to be moving. I work 18 hours a week. This can't work. Think of something else. Sorry, I work 18 hours a day. Sorry. Yeah, because
So just to be clear,
at
you
that time,
expected this. You were hoping that this would be interpreted as like a sign of rejection.
yeah, especially because like at that time and things changed because I graduated and a bunch of my work situations ended. But like at that time, I was like working 3 jobs while also streaming. I was like super busy, and I was just like, yep, I'll be busy forever. Sorry, can't. Yeah, hope you understand. Don't hold your breath. I think I did say the word "don't hold your breath" in there.
You did say that. I have a couple more questions. I'm sorry if I'm like sucking up all the air in the room, but I feel like these are the important questions that people want answered so that they can make decisions over whether or not they believe that there's some intentionality on the part of Katarana while she's here. Here's what
I just want you to know that you asking questions is helpful because that's why even when I was doing my thing yesterday, I was
Look,
just like,
she just
okay, I'm
wants
gonna
the
talk, like, by
questions,
myself.
bro.
Like, I had
Watch
to
her play her hand right here. Rewind.
The word "don't hold your breath," and I was just like, yep.
You did say that. I have a couple more questions. I'm sorry if I'm like sucking up all the air in the room, but I feel like these are the important questions that people want answered so that they can make decisions over whether or not they believe that there's some intentionality on the part of Katarana while she's here. Here's what I want.
I just want you to know that you asking questions is helpful because that's why even when I was doing my thing yesterday, I didn't just like, okay, I'm gonna talk like by myself. Like I had to have someone ask questions because overall I'm very, very scattered. And I guess that wasn't very clear when I posted the screenshots, but I'm also autistic as well.
Peace out, Aries.
So I need a lot of help with trying to navigate these types of things. So you asking questions is not bothering me.
Okay.
Oh, it's okay because I'm autistic and I need help navigating these things, and so you asking questions is not bothering me. But I couldn't answer the question of if he directly said to me, bro. Watch when it gets here. It's ugly, bro.
Thank you for sharing, Katarana. I just want to commend your bravery and your openness, even through all this. So love you, girl.
Okay. A couple more questions. So you mentioned that when you said in the Twitlonger that Prime mentioning he knows which girls would or wouldn't talk, that it wasn't your intention to make it out like he was doing something that he didn't think or that he thought he should not be doing. Did I understand that clearly a second ago?
Yeah, so the way I kind of saw it was because there's a bunch of women that don't go on Amazon Lily anymore, and he would tell me explicitly, do not invite these people. And I said, like, okay, it seems like you have a lot of people.
Yeah, I heard that Maddie was faking death threats. I don't know. I literally know nothing about it besides a single tweet and like comments in Twitch. But apparently people are saying that Maddie literally faked death threats. That sounds so heinous. Like, what is going on? I don't know if it's true or not. I wish I had more evidence. I literally don't know anything about this story. She 100%, I don't know, bro. I wish someone can link me to some proof of that. Bro, this is awful.
People that like don't really come on these panels it seems like a lot of people are constantly making streams about like things that you've done wrong. So why do you feel so comfortable like saying things that you are telling me will end your career? And like, how about those other girls that like have left? Like, why didn't you like ever say anything like this to them? And he was just like, yeah, like I know what kind of girls like would generally make streams about these types of things and just talk about it a lot. Even if I tried to flirt with them once, it would be an issue. And then I know what kind of girls are just going to be a bit more, I guess, quiet or.
Okay. The problem with this, Katarana, is that this stuff is not what's in the Twitlonger. What's in the Twitlonger is he once told me that I have enough information, that when I told him that I had enough information to end his career, and when I asked, why, hold on, I'm sorry, I gotta quote this. Why do you keep doing and saying things that could get you in trouble? He responded with, I know what girls would and wouldn't talk. I guess I just look like one of the girls that would never talk.
Hey, guys, do you mind? Dylan's calling me and he just went to the hospital to see his dad, so I should pick up. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Come back if everything's okay, and otherwise I'll just let you know.
Send my love.
Okay, bye.
So
Yo, I don't know. Maybe it's convenience. Listen, here's the thing. I'm not gonna jump to conclusions on this. But it's just like right then, huh? You were like, no, just try to space it. Like, no. I was like, it was canceled. Career ended. No. I'm sorry. Just to be clear, you said directly. No. What I said. No. Let me read what you wrote. You wrote directly. I gotta go.
So I just want to make one statement about this, and it really speaks to the point about why men
Fast forward.
and why men have as so much.
Can't do it.
I don't want
house until somewhat recently, and
but that's really the point that I want to illustrate, and
worth
more
reading?
so than any of the situations that has actually been going on is that we need to train ourselves as people.
Do you think that when somebody flat out asks you, "Am I making you feel uncomfortable?" and they don't get an answer, that is like them not like trying to find out what's going on?
If you don't get an answer, then you should be like, okay, I guess they do not make me feel uncomfortable. Like, and then that is also a question that's a little strange, right? Why don't you just say, can I hit on you? Can I be with you romantically? Like, you know.
Oh my God. Oh, son, the privilege is OD. It really blows my mind when women come with these ridiculous positions of like, honestly, you really need to know better, because if it's not wanted, if she's not attracted to you and you make any advances at that point, then it does become harassing. So, you really need to know. And people from their positions of privilege start telling you and projecting and coming up with prescriptions of exactly how the freak you can actually approach someone. When it varies from person to person. Nigga, and women are the most subtle niggas of all time. They be literally talking about, yeah, my way of telling dude I'm interested is maybe like an extra second of eye contact. The freak is this? Are you serious? Man, now it's like, it's a weird question. Am I making you uncomfortable? Why not just ask, can I flirt with you? That's as dumb as asking, can you ask me a question? Why would you ask me, can I ask you a question? If I'm asking for permission to flirt with you, it's no longer flirting. It's not flirting anymore. At that point, I'm basically just throwing it out there. I might as well just whip out. The frick is going on. This is not real life.
Can I take you on? Like, and
like them not like trying to find out what's going on.
If you don't get an answer, then you should be like, okay, I guess they do not make me feel uncomfortable. Like, and then that is also a question that's a little strange, right? Why don't you just say, can I hit on you? Can I be with you romantically? Like, can I take you on a date for romantic reasons? Like, that's better than saying, do I make you feel uncomfortable?
Can I like your Instagram picture? Can I? What? Oh, let me open these clips. Let me do these links before I lose them. This might be a rabbit hole that I'm willing to go. So, Maz likely faked off the screenshot she posted earlier of the death threat she received. I won't be appearing with anyone showing with her until she posts either a video of compelling evidence for claims or a full apology. I respect all of that energy. Let's go! Oh, 1,118 likes, and I bet she's gonna hold on to that. Like, no, I did it. No, I did it. Watch. Oh, and then that's the link to the thread. Okay. We got to keep going, y'all. I'm excited for that energy, but I think I got to put a lot more energy into. Sorry. Yeah, freak out of here, bro. I can't.
That can kind of seem a little bit, aggressive, right?
Can I ask you? Do you remember at all what you said to him when he asked you if he made you feel uncomfortable?
Yeah, sure. He said, I think we were working, and it was after he had said like a lot of different types of like iterations of like you're pretty and stuff, and I was just kind of like blanked, and then he said, will you let me know if something makes you uncomfortable? And I was like, for a bit, and I just kind of blanked, and I was like, oh, and we just kind of changed the subject. Yeah, and I think there was another time something of the sort came up, and then I changed the subject that time. So there was never like a time when he said like, let me know if I'm making you uncomfortable, and I said, okay, we'll do, like, that shouldn't be hard or anything. I mostly just would kind of like not answer or just kind of like blank out for a bit.
You never
every time. Let's hear her talk this time.
So first off, in order to come up with a solution to a problem, you have to know exactly what the problem is. I think the whole point is,
guys, what the fuck did I come down here to fish for again? I needed something. Why did I go through all this to fish these?
with that answer to that problem, you have to identify what's the major source of that problem, and it was race. I gave you the FBI statistics or whatever, and I just went to violent crime.
I didn't pull the numbers out of my ass. I'm aware that you
I didn't interrupt you. Thank you. Violent crimes, white people, 241,000. Black Americans, 153,000. So, and it also goes to the point of what I don't know what this lady was saying, but yeah, those numbers can't be.
That's Miss Joe to you, right? Miss Joe.
So, expected.
Where is this from?
Went into a black neighborhood in Louisville.
Where is this from?
Found an 8-year-old black girl playing in her yard.
She can interject here. Hold on. Where's this from? That's not what I asked you.
Raped the child. It was a black girl. That could have been your child. He raped the child. That's violent to me. Bit a chunk of her face off. Hit her wrist, and he will him.
Okay. Okay. So
free if that's the
You'll
case.
probably be committed.
Let's go. So let's talk about a couple things. You didn't give this to me, so
It's what they always do to white people. Commit.
Okay. Hold on. So first of all, you didn't.
And I only mentioned that to go to the point about when white people do it and black people do the same crime, they have mental illness. They don't go to, that's why.
So first of all, this is not anecdotal, but like you're literally cherry picking data. So like, congrats. You literally went and found one particular one
same person,
and like
Chris.
looked and typed in
one
person does something to a black person and specifically doesn't go to jail for it, and then you read off your favorite one.
One of many instances.
Congrats. I'm very, very proud of you.
There's plenty of data to support this.
There's
Katarana,
plenty of data to support.
This is a
Stop. As you're next, any which way.
Yeah, like you literally went and what we were talking about was per capita, and I don't care about your specific detail because what we were talking about was, I asked you, do white people commit more violent crimes per capita? And you said, yeah, hold on, let me go get data. And all I see is that per capita, white people like to get drunk more per capita and get arrested for it. So, wow, we all got to confirm exactly what we knew. Woohoo!
Looking at the same stats, you can see that. I sent.
How do you go from that to that? And she was this other character for 6 months. 6 months. All right, it's close to the 4 months. It's close to the 4 months. You was 4 months this nigga, and then you decided all of a sudden you could shift. I've never seen her be the person she's being until she came forward with these accusations. I'm sorry, I don't remember. This is OD.
Never answered like, I will let you know.
No, I never answered that. There's also just because I know that not everybody that knows me knows that I'm not neurotypical, but
you said it on Prime Sky stream like 2 months ago, maybe 3 months ago.
I actually told Prime really early that I wasn't neurotypical because
the panels were always talking about it. Literally every panel she would talk about her real personal stuff. Because of the fact that I was on panels with her all the time, I can tell you, I know that she was from the islands. I know that her parents were affluent people. Until she claims that her parents didn't really go through anything because her parents were affluent because they were the lighter skinned Jamaican people or Haitian people. No, Jamaican. They were the lighter Jamaican people. I know that she didn't live in the States, and so she said she had a total different time identifying with us. I know that what her degree was in and what her school was like and the problems that she went through in STEM and being the only black person and it being her dating preference to be with white men, specifically because that's the only people that she typically runs into being in STEM. She's talked about her relationships. No, this is not something, this is not some spurious nonsense, bro. She's been who she is until she wanted to grift this personality to try to climb up the Twitch ranks so we can have her white zaddy carry her to the top. That's what happened. Miss me.
I guess I don't really owe anybody too much of the explanation, but I have been seeing a lot of people say like, why do we have the long phone calls? And that was like when I first started seeing a psychiatrist, so I was finding out myself at the time that I was not neurotypical. So I let him know as early as the beginning of March that I have really bad communication issues, and that yeah, I'm not going to communicate the way most people do. So if you need something, like if you aren't clear on anything, you're gonna have to ask me a lot more qualifying questions because I can't just answer really simple questions or like questions like how are you? I can't answer that question, so you're gonna have to ask me like 10 questions to get to like how am I and things like that.
So to speak to what Josie was asking, do you think you would have been able to answer?
Yo, if you're so compromised that you can't answer these kinds of questions, you really, really shouldn't be streaming. You really, really shouldn't be on this space. And how the hell can you get into the mud of a dang Twitch panel and force your way to be able to speak and talk over niggas, but you can't answer basic questions like how are you? We have all of the different panels where they asked her how are you, and she answered that question all the time. All the time. But now I've communicated I can't answer how are you. What world are we living in? Right. Straightforward, ham, angry, assertive, then all of a sudden now,
directly to a question like, can I flirt with you?
Wait.
So to speak to what Josie was asking, do you think you would have been able to answer directly to a question like, can I flirt with you?
I guess I can't really know, honestly. I've never had anyone ask. So I can't really say what I would do because I would also probably have said 2 years ago, what if this happens? What would you do? Okay, I would say no. So I don't know. I'm sorry.
Hey, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah, so I don't really have much of a clue as to what I would do. I would think yes, because that's a lot more explicit. Like, am I making you feel uncomfortable? Okay, that's really hard. Am I uncomfortable right now? I don't like this, but is it uncomfortability the word? Can I do this? That seems a lot more straightforward. So maybe. I I I would hope so.
So if a person asks me, am I uncomfortable? Like, I can't answer that because, like, am I uncomfortable? Is uncomfortable the right word? Like, do I feel that way right now? Like, you can't do that. But you could answer a very straightforward question like, can I flirt with you? Yeah, because that's straightforward. What's going on? They are incredibly binary. What are you talking about? This is troll, leftist, online, Twitter and Twitch nonsense. If I'm not,
I don't entirely know though. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, and that illustrates the point is like women don't even know how to deal with enthusiastic consent because it's so out of the normal. If it was normalized that it was just consent and that's how we do things, then I think that
Josie, please stop
women
talking.
would be able to be like, oh yeah,
stop
or
talking.
no, because it's expected.
I gotta speed
But
this up.
that
Please stop
so the
talking.
question is such a shock because it's like, whoa, what would happen if guys were like that?
Doobie is at fault because he, or not Doobie, sorry. Pride is at fault because he didn't ask for enthusiastic consent, but then also like it's not like it's something that when you ask it, it completely would freeze up people who might not be used to that.
But it's not a yes or a no, right? Even if it was quiet, right?
Am I making you feel uncomfortable is a yes or no question.
But it's not an easy question to answer because it's accusatory.
I guess I also want to add in a lot of
Bro, what is going on? That is how you get consent. Am I making you uncomfortable? Nah, slam that in me. Okay, good to go. I don't understand. Bro, this is too much.
The general issue with someone asking me directly as to what my feelings are is that that's pretty hard for me. Usually when I'm in my therapy sessions, my therapist will ask me, so how are you this week? And then it usually takes me about 10 or 15 minutes for me to hash out what the week was, for me to figure out how am I doing this week. So my therapist will ask me, so how are you this week? And then it usually takes me about 10 it's pretty hard for me. Usually, the general issue with someone asking me directly as to what my feelings are is that that's pretty hard for me. Usually, when I'm in my therapy sessions, my therapist will ask me, "So how are you this week?" And then it usually takes me about 10 or 15 minutes for me to hash out what the week was, for me to figure out how am I doing this week. So if someone's asking me, "Am I uncomfortable?" they would need to give me quite a bit of time to be like, "Hold on, let me think through everything that you said to me. Am I uncomfortable?" But if someone asks me like, "Can I do this?" it's just them asking me is, "Can they do an action?" So that seems to me like it should have been easier to answer. Yeah. And also, so a couple.
If you can understand all of the mechanics for how something works, then that means you can understand the mechanics for how to interact with it. If you can understand the mechanics of this is not a direct question about specific action, it's literally more about a question about how I'm feeling and and I can get to that. And you understand all the mechanics for what are creating your ineptitude, then you can absolutely work through this thing, right? Like I can understand sometimes we don't take the time to really think about how we know things or how we came to conclusions, right? And so it might be like, how did I really come to that? And so you could like maybe ad hoc do that. But the fact that she understands the depths of the mechanic for where her neurodivergence is working such that she can't see beyond being able to answer basic questions, freak out of here, bro. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that, and I don't think anybody else should. She's literally grifting. I'm not holding. Not on my watch, nigga. I can't.
People I've spoken to have asked me like, "Could you have hashed this out with us so that we could like help you write up the thing more?" And I actually have recognized right now that part of the reason why I didn't speak to more people with us so that
I
we
haven't
could, like,
seen. I
help
haven't
them.
heard this part.
Also,
Putting it in slow motion.
so a couple people I've spoken to have asked me like, "Could you have hashed this out with us so that we could like help you write up the thing more?" And I actually have recognized right now that part of the reason why I didn't speak to more people prior, like the day before posting and everything, is part of some of the line of questioning already. So the problem for me a lot of times is that I can go and like rationalize things in my head, saying like I deserve a thing. So if somebody like says, "Okay, are you sure that you were clear?" and I'm like, "Oh, well, now that you're asking, was I clear? I think I was clear, but if you keep on asking, maybe I wasn't clear." Um, so right now when we're asking a little bit about like the Twitlonger, because I keep on seeing people post, well, maybe he meant something else in the Twitlonger, and I've seen like another girl say, "Oh, he said the same thing to me. That's not what he meant. Like the way
No,
that
you're
she
actually right,
says
Triple
that
M.
he meant is not the way that he meant it when he said it to me." So now I'm getting confused. So I'm partially backtracking what I originally meant to say. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It just you got a lot of questions make me really unconfident about what I've originally said. So then I'm like, oh, maybe I'm wrong.
Questions make me really uncomfortable about what I'm. If you see any of my interactions with Katarana, it ain't nothing but questions, bro. That's the whole thing. You know, that's my debate style. Do you think such and such? And so you said such and such? And so you still think such and such? Is that reasonable with such and such? That's literally catechization is my favorite form of debate. But now all of a sudden it's no. When you ask me questions, now you're making me re-question myself. But you be in the mud, nigga, coming with the smoke in these panels. Okay.
No, and feel free at any point to just say that you're not comfortable with answering it. By the way,
no,
we're all good here with that.
Yeah, we're all good. We gotta
yeah,
cater
so it's
if
just
you're
like
okay.
taking the second to just answer the phone call made me just be like, wait, like why are you suddenly unconfident about some of the things that you posted because you thought about what you posted? So I'm sorry, it might seem kind of weird that I'm already backtracking, but no,
you're not. You're not. You're good. You're good. You're just.
Okay,
Like, this is all like a bunch of stuff. You're good.
So I have to.
Weird that I'm already backtracking, suddenly unconfident about some of the things that you posted because you thought about what you posted. So I'm sorry, it might seem kind of weird that I'm already backtracking, but no,
you're not. You're not. You're good. You're good. You're just.
Okay,
Like, this is all like a bunch of stuff. You're good.
So I have to. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. So then, yes, I would like to say that I do believe with my last line that he knew that he knew I wasn't gonna say anything, and honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that I had told them about the situation, and whenever I would do my bookings, he was saying that honestly, like, it's not fair to you that you keep on working here. If it wasn't for him, like, reminding me that I shouldn't be continued to work for someone that I wasn't comfortable with, then I was going to continue working because it's, in my mind, I always keep on rationalizing that I deserve whatever people do to me. Yeah, so.
Wait, did she? Did
no,
she?
I
Did I miss that?
anything, and honest, yes,
You're good. You're good.
you thought about what you posted. Yeah, so it's just like, oh, taking the second to just answer the phone call made me just be like,
At any point to just say that you're not comfortable with
a lot of questions make me really unconfident about what I've originally said. So then I'm like, oh, maybe I'm wrong.
No, and feel free at any point to just say that you're not comfortable with answering it, by the way.
No,
We're all good here with that.
yeah, so it's just like, oh, taking the second to just answer the phone call made me just be like, wait, like, why are you suddenly unconfident about
It's
some
not a
of the
direct
things that you
response,
posted?
but sure.
You're good. You're just
Okay,
like, this is all like a bunch of
my last line that he knew that he knew I wasn't gonna say anything, and honestly, like, it's not fair to you that you keep on working here. If it wasn't for him, like, reminding me that I shouldn't be continuing.
Did she answer? Okay, I'm gonna listen to the question one more time.
Wait, like, why are you suddenly unconfident about some of the things? Backtracking, seeing people is part of some of the line of questioning already. So
Is it after this?
the problem for me a lot of times is that I can go and like rationalize things in my head, saying like I deserve a thing. So if somebody like says, okay,
But he wasn't asking her a yes or no question. He was just saying
that
like
you were
if
clear? And
anything,
I'm like,
if any of
well,
this
now that you're
happens, then you can
asking,
do
was I
that.
clear? I think I was clear, but if you keep on asking, maybe I wasn't clear.
Yeah, like
So
maybe she means like okay.
right now when
but I
we're
don't know.
asking a little bit about like the Twitlonger, because I keep on seeing people post, well, maybe he meant
There's no way. It
something else
can't
in
be
the
this easy.
Twitlonger.
It
And I've
can't be
seen
this easy.
like
She
another girl
didn't do
say,
this.
oh, he said the same thing to me. That's not what he meant. Like the way that she says that he meant is not the way that he meant it when he said it to me. So now I'm getting confused. So I'm partially backtracking what I originally meant to say. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It just, you got a lot of questions make me really unconfident about what I've originally said. So then I'm like, oh, maybe I'm wrong.
No, and feel free at any point to just say that you're not comfortable with answering it, by the way.
No,
we're all good here with that.
Yeah, so it's just like, oh, taking the second to just answer the phone call made me just be like, wait, like, why are you suddenly unconfident about some of the things that you posted because you thought about what you posted? So, I'm sorry, it might seem kind of weird that I'm already talking, but no,
you're not. You're good. You're good. You're just.
Okay,
this is all like a bunch of stuff. You're good.
So I have
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, so then, yes, I would like to say that I do believe with my last line that he knew that he knew I wasn't gonna say anything, and honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that I had told them about the situation, and whenever I would do my bookings, he was saying that honestly, like, it's not fair to you that you keep on working here. If it wasn't for him like reminding me that I shouldn't be continued to work for someone that I wasn't comfortable with, then I was going to continue working because it's, in my mind, I always keep on rationalizing that I deserve whatever people do to me. Yeah, so no, I do think that what Prime said to me was weird, and that he partially did recognize that I was very complacent. And I'll stay firm on that, or at least I'll try to. I genuinely do believe that. It's just people make me very unsure, but yeah.
So I guess first thing I want to push back a little bit while being really, I'm trying to be as gentle as possible. I would say that asking that question of "Am I making you uncomfortable?" is literally accusatory towards yourself, towards the other person. You're literally saying, "Am I doing this to you? Am I forcing you to feel this way?"
Yeah, can you tell us like how he, like, when he asked you that, like, how did you interpret that? Was that like, it's like, am I making you uncomfortable, or is it like, hey, am I making you like, was it like, was he trying to check up on you, or was he like accusing you?
Why did you let her respond? She was gonna respond.
Am I making you uncomfortable, or is it like, hey, am I making you like, was it like, was he trying to check up on you, or was he like accusing you of that?
How do you accuse what? What the cattle is this flamenco?
He was accusing me.
There's stuff I want to say, but I won't.
I think maybe he had recognized that I looked a bit uncomfortable, so he was asking, but because I wasn't able to give a very clear answer that
I wasn't able.
it wasn't a no, so I guess I can continue.
Okay. Hold on a minute. I'm back. Hello, who's here? Sorry.
Hi.
The
I'm
same
back.
people.
Yeah.
Listen. With that whole Dylan's call thing that was inconveniently timed, I really need to address this now. I think
I'm looking.
in effect, what you did was probably create a lot of doubt for people and contribute to the narrative that that you're not being perfectly honest, Katarana. So I just want to be perfectly transparent that as soon as that happened, I muted and I called Dylan and talked to him. And I just want to make it clear that he, as soon as he picked up, I asked him if he just called you. He said yes. And I have reason to believe that is as the story perfectly checks out. As soon as you said that, I muted my headphones and my mic and called him up. He was in a car driving. I could hear it. You know, you sound like you're at home right now. So I just don't want that to contribute to a narrative if it is true that he really called you, and I'm reasonably convinced that he did.
Oh yeah, I can point to
Everyone, one more time.
I mean that's a
What
little
am I
bit.
missing? I was reading your type.
I created a lot of. Okay. Hold on a minute. I'm back. Hello, who's here? Sorry.
Hi.
The
I'm
same
back.
people.
Yeah.
Listen. With that whole Dylan's call thing that was inconveniently timed, I really need to address this now. I think, in effect, what you did was probably create a lot of doubt for people and contribute to the narrative that that you're not being perfectly honest, Katarana. So I just want to be perfectly transparent that as soon as that happened, I muted and I called Dylan and talked to him. And I just want to make it clear that he, as soon as he picked up, I asked him if he just called you. He said yes. And I have reason to believe that is as the story perfectly checks out. As soon as you said that, I muted my headphones and my mic and called him up. He was in a car driving. I could hear it. You know, you sound like you're at home right now. So I just don't want that to contribute to a narrative if it is true that he really called you, and I'm reasonably convinced that he did.
Oh yeah, I can point to the. I mean that's a little bit I guess strange that someone would think that.
Well, it's not too strange. I don't know if you've been on the internet.
Conspiratorial, he's trying to make sure that there's no doubt with that, and he's saying that your thing wasn't staged. It's 100% real.
Okay.
That's the problem, though. Is
Yeah,
that we have to seek this level of perfection, every word.
Oh no. We're not going there. The reason why we have to seek this level of perfection is because you've lied on countless occasions. You've literally fabricated a personality. You've literally lied about your diagnosis, changed and waffled on that. Then you literally had Dylan Burns literally lying and saying that he wasn't in a relationship with you, and then literally after he starts getting exposed, then it's yeah, we are dating. So now you have that misinformation happening. So with all of these misinformation, your lack of transparency, with all of that, that's why we have to distrust everything. That's why we need you to be perfect. When you have Matty Cakes faking literally logs, trying to pretend that somebody, I don't know if that's actually true, that's only alleged, I haven't actually read the threads on that yet, but that's what the narrative that's going around here. When you were literally trying to cancel someone, but then lying and saying, no, we don't want him to lose his platform, and then waffling back on that, yeah, I'm not upset that he doesn't have his platform. I mean, that he still keeps going to keep his platform. Yeah, when we get all of that, that's the reason why we doubt you. When you're literally fabricating your personality and lying about the inability to answer basic questions like, am I flirting? Am I making you uncomfortable? That's when we're going to start saying, yeah, I don't trust anything that's coming out of your liar mouth. That's why. Don't sit here and try to paint it as, oh, no, it's all women in all situations require all perfect evidence. Freak out of here. It's not the way it works.
Word that a woman says has to be put under a microscope for anyone to possibly believe them.
Okay, I think that we're talking about very serious subject matter, and I think that any sort of question as to the validity of what's going on needs to be absolutely clear. I think that because of some of the things that were going on, especially with Samantha's statement later on that all this is 100% up in the air and people are questioning it. So I think Supreme is trying to verify that this is all legitimate, and any sort of speculation that Kat was oh, I have a fake phone call. I'm faking, an emergency or something, so I don't have to like deal with criticism. Is like he's stamping that out.
Do you realize that's what it's like being a woman?
Oh, that's
really quick. I just want to say, Josie, I recognize what you're saying, and I agree that it's really fucked up that people are having to. I say having to. People put women's statements under a microscope. I think that's really fucking weird, personally. I want to, for the benefit of Katarana, for the benefit of Dylan and everybody involved in this instance, since there's so many people.
Not for the benefit of Prime. That nigga, we can go ahead and crucify him.
Who are possibly having income affected. This sort of thing is probably very important to be answered.
You don't care about Prime's income being... He was literally the one that was going to be canceled. Nothing's going to happen to Dylan. He made quite a bit of money yesterday. That was one of his larger streams.
But I'm trying to be fairly hands-off here and allow questions to be asked without them being... without things going too far. So, I recognize that that's the case, but there's...
And real quick, to like push back against what Josie and Sansel just said, I think that if a dude did that, I would 100% be suspected, and I think Supreme is being extremely responsible by making sure that there is absolutely no question as to like her sincerity.
For sure.
If this was Dylan in the call instead, it'd be the same thing. It would need this clarification.
Okay, Supreme, do you have Dylan's number, his number IRL? I can show you the call log, but if you don't, then I don't want to show you.
No, we all believe you, I think.
Oh,
I do.
okay.
I'm personally vouching that what happened was legit.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, you can. I mean, listen, more evidence is better. I think it's a good idea.
Because I know that like if anyone would have it, you would have it. Just please don't post it because it has his number. But
sure, yeah. He's saved under my phone as Dylan. But yeah, take a screenshot and we can correlate the time it is now with the time in the VOD or whatever. If
that's fair. Hold on. When she didn't answer this call, look, hold on. Let's be 100% honest. Actually, let's keep this 100%. When he was like grilling her in that second, and she stopped to get that call, it made me suspicious. I got a little suspicious. I definitely saw people in the chat also get suspicious. So you know what? To be honest with you, I think it's actually a very responsible thing that he's doing here. Because I think while I was suspicious, it was like not something I was willing to commit to, right? Because we don't have any evidence, and it sounded like it could be probably a real thing. I don't know, right? So for that reason, I can understand why Supreme felt the need to do that. Because if my immediate reaction, which is typically a lot more reserved, was immediately be like, yo, I don't know, then that means that there's plenty of people that will immediately accept the idea that she's straight lying. Just like some people will immediately come forward off of an unfounded Twitlonger with the most spurious connections ever and these really vague posts about specific Twitter messages and like the claim that, well, I told other people about it, so therefore we have guaranteed proof that this nigga's actually harassing me. People will accept that stuff without evidence. So if that's the case, I'm not going to sit here and deny the fact that people are going to look at you in the middle of being grilled about questions, immediately stop when somebody seems like they pin you, and then immediately take a phone call that they're going to look at you and think, well, yeah, she's probably lying. Especially after you've been switching from like the dominatrix of the dang Discord to all of a sudden, yeah, I could get it. Good job. Yeah, it's actually really good that he did that.
Yeah, I just sent it to you.
Okay. Now, I did want to get back to asking you the question. I'm not sure if you had been talking about it since I was talking to Dylan, but I just wanted to get back to the framing in this Twitlonger. It seems very clear. It seems very clear
so I just to address that was that a lot of people had asked me afterwards, why didn't you speak to more people? And it's because as soon as a couple of people ask questions, my first thing is, okay, fine, yeah, you're right. Oops, I'm sorry. So just taking the 1 minute to answer the call, just because you're asking in the way that you asked the question, I was like, okay, yeah, I guess you're right. But honestly, yeah, no, I did think it was a slightly like malicious framing of the question.
Well, I was asking it about the way that you addressed it. But to be clear, at this point, Kat, like my concern is that that all of these events happened a long time ago at this point, right? Months ago, and that everything that's being said about it right now, that like there are all these different influences flying around that are potentially, you know what I mean, making you consider things in a different way, causing you to want to say the perfect thing to avoid the most criticism or whatever. Like at this point, I think it would be reasonable, it'd be perfectly natural for you to be choosing, you know, like what you relay based on what you think is going to bring you the least amount of harassment.
I do want to make it very clear. I'm not a PR person. I'm not really involved in politics at all. So for the majority of my statement, beyond literally the title, I wrote that whole thing completely myself. Like one sitting, 10 minutes, didn't think about, okay, how does this sound? I just wrote it. The only thing that anyone did for me was put the screenshots for me and change the title. So I wasn't really thinking much about how is this going to look optically, or is this as super airtight? Will anybody be able to poke holes in this? That's not what I was thinking about.
Sure. I just want to be really clear that like you don't have to think about it for that to happen. That this is often people's like natural response, and that they really don't think about it for too long before they answer in a way that they think is going to like bring them the best benefit. So I just want to ask you to think a little extra when giving responses to if I'm asking you questions, and make sure what you're delivering me is your best representation of your recollection of the events.
Okay.
So I just want to ask about this Twitlonger thing. I want to make it perfectly clear that this line about him knowing which girls would and wouldn't talk, was that or was that not something that you intended to be a point in the favor that Prime was doing something malicious?
I have kind of come to the conclusion that Prime is both oblivious and.
I'm asking about that one line.
No. Yeah, I know. I think oblivious in general, but knows in general that like he can't just do this with every person. Yeah. So I see it as yeah, being like knowing that I particularly would not say anything for a really long time, and honestly, most likely ever. And I do see it as being a mal. It's
sure.
yeah.
You had some malice.
So she can answer that question, huh? Open-ended. She can answer it.
And listen, I understand that at this point you reasonably believe that Samantha Banana talked to Prime and told him directly. So at the time that you were writing this Twitlonger, you believed that he was acting maliciously, that he knew that he was doing something inappropriate. Is that correct?
When I had asked the question, like, why are you doing this? I wasn't thinking with the whole thing of because Samantha told you to stop. I was just I didn't think about Samantha's involvement at all when I was asking him the question.
Okay,
Why
to
are
be
you
clear,
doing
think about my question. When you wrote this Twitlonger, when you were writing this Twitlonger, you believed that Prime was that Prime knew what he was doing was wrong. When you were writing the Twitlonger, you were writing it under the framing that you believed that what Prime was doing, he knew that it was wrong.
I would say that I would believe that he must have been partially clued in because Samantha did not tell me exactly what they had said in the conversation. So it wasn't like Samantha said, I told Prime to leave you alone and he didn't. Samantha just said, we spoke. And he said, she said that at the end of the conversation, he said, it's okay. Like, thanks for telling me or something along that line. So as far, I don't know what they said. All I know is that I asked Samantha for help and she said that she did it. All I'm saying is that I think that when I wrote the Twitlonger, I knew that Prime must have been partially clued into my discomfort by then.
Okay, you believe that Prime knew about your discomfort by then.
I believe that Samantha spoke, and I really thought that whatever she would have said should have gotten the message across enough for him to stop what he was doing by that time.
Okay, so it's really helpful if you can do your best to give me like a yes or no. When you wrote this Twitlonger,
I'm really sorry.
Yeah, sorry, it's okay. When you wrote this Twitlonger, you believed that Prime knew that what he was doing was wrong.
Is it weird? I don't think it's as easy as a yes or a no because it really.
How can it not be as easy as
fair.
no?
It's not because
I really don't know what Samantha said in the call, so
But
Samantha
what did you think she said? You don't have to know. It's about what you believed at the time you
Samantha
wrote.
did not give me any details as to what was said in the call.
No, specifically, were you operating under the assumption that Prime has been told multiple times that he's making you feel uncomfortable and he just keeps on doing it?
No, I was not operating under that assumption. I was operating under the assumption that I only asked Samantha for help once directly, and I'm not sure how it was framed, and it could have been framed as easy as Cat's slightly uncomfortable, maybe you should dial it back, to Cat told me to tell you to fuck off. So I was not given any type of detail as to which one it was. So as far as I know,
either of those, he would know that something was was making you uncomfortable.
Prime should have at least known that I had at least spoken to somebody and asked for help, and that should have been enough for him to stop. But the extent to how much detail was given, so I can't say if it was he should know right away that like I said fuck off.
No, I'm not asking you to say whether he should have. I'm asking what you believe.
Dude, you've been there, bro. You know, I've been on those panels. We've had these conversations. She's never been this. She's never been this way. Ever. That is not who she is. This is a character. I've never seen her like that. Never. In fact, literally, she said specifically that her whole role, matter of fact, I think I wrote it down. Please, God, let me have written this one. I might not have. She said, NPD. Did I do one with NPD? Oh, it's over here. NPD. Please, 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 please. I didn't. She literally said, my NPD has always came in the form of like really trying to improve people or trying to impress people. Like it's never about like, you know, whatever. So because of that, like that always made me want to really display a lot of confidence. Like, okay, I'm Superwoman. I can do it all. So I would do everything. Yeah, I'll book the shows. Yeah, I'll do it. And I have to be really intelligent. That I'll do it all. Like she literally said that. Boom! I have no problem being direct, argumentative, blah, 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 blah. Did you see the way she was grilling that nigga Prime Legend? Bro, she can go in. She would, nigga, you know how aggressive I can get, Doobie. She would go toe-to-toe with me. But now, freak out of here. I'm not buying that.
Asking if you believed, if you, at that point, thought that he knew what he was doing was wrong.
then I can say if I have to go with what do I if it's I know for sure 100% yes, or if I don't know one, then I have to say then I'll say no.
Not if you knew.
So,
If you-
based off of what you said,
no,
really
no,
quick,
no, no. This is.
I was going to just say, based off of what she said, it sounds like she at least thought that Prime had been given some notice that she was at least uncomfortable, right?
Yeah.
There's no dispute about this.
Yeah, that's right. That was
Sylvia,
said.
don't I
Also,
have a highlight of that?
I have a hard stop in 3 minutes, so just giving you a warning that I gotta do a very important work meeting in 3 minutes.
Okay, yes, that's fine. I'll try my best, but I guess if you guys see I'm stalling really bad.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
If I'm freezing up, then I
no
guess
shit.
probably just let me go. But I'll try to stay even if Josie's not here because honestly, I feel like a lot of people have really gotten to weigh in a lot on the situation. Like I'm pretty sure even like Prime got to come and like speak to a couple people on the circuit, and I haven't done anything because I know you see I'm not super good at talking. So
You're doing fine.
You're
right
doing
now.
great. Yeah, you're doing
Don't
great.
worry about it. Like,
Yeah.
we're all.
I'm not super good at talk, so I haven't really. You can see. What is going on? Got to go back to the other video.
Sent it to you.
I have very good eyeballs. I saw it.
About violent crimes. I specifically.
And I
said
said
violent
per
crimes.
capita. Of course they commit more violent crimes. There's 5 times more. Of course they commit more violent crimes. If you have 5 times more white people than you have black people, then if you don't do per capita, of course it's going to end up showing that they do more of, because literally for every single thing on here, except for murder, it's white people that do more of it. Like per capita. No, sorry, not even per capita, but like, of course it's gonna be more. It's 5 times more.
murder,
Like,
another
congrats.
violent crime that you wanted to point out. Interesting.
I said except for murder, where black people do more of it, so you fucking did it, hun. Okay? But like what I'm saying is, of course it's gonna be that they do more of it because there's 5 times more. Numbers go brr. I'm so fucking proud of you. But what I'm talking about is per capita, and what we're able to see is that per capita, of course there's gonna be more black people in jail because per capita, there's more crimes. Now, do I say, am I a race realist? No, I'm not a fucking race realist. I'm aware of socioeconomic things, but it also doesn't change that per capita, black people end up committing more crimes. So just because you go and find a specific situation where someone gets committed doesn't change the fact that per capita, black people commit more violent crimes. It also
An
doesn't.
example of many.
I'm great. So you find 100, but there's also 300 million people in this
More
fucking
than
country.
100.
So
More than 100.
1,000 out of
100.
300 million. It's not a fucking trend. Like what
It
are
is
we
a
doing?
trend. It may not
I'm
be
sorry.
a trend for you,
You know
probably
what-
because
you know what-
you
you know-
for one
wanna know-
bad.
Okay, I'm gonna stay calm. I want to pop off so bad. If you can't see a very clear dichotomy, and you can't see the manipulative person literally doing everything she can to steal this nigga's career, to torpedo his freaking career, something he's worked very hard for and very much has like shared with her. He's very much made her very much a part of it. And now she's trying to torpedo it once she's moved on to Wysati. If you can't see the difference here, if you can't see that this is an actual outright lie, and it would be if this was only one conversation where this was the case, but in literally, and I'm not exaggerating here, literally every question, every single panel, she can get into freaking mud. I've never seen her struggle with answering direct questions. You see how she's trying to hold this nigga Prime Legendary to the direct points. So don't sit here and pretend that her neurodivergence is all of a sudden just it's just gotten to the point that she literally can't do it. Don't nigga, you can miss me. She did that. You're right. This is where it is. And when she was doing that right there, I was popping off. Because the thing is, there are levels to this. And this level of Katarana, I had never seen. Most of the time, she would kind of chill back if when niggas went entirely way too hard. But she went the most aggressive I have ever seen when she was coming at Prime Legendary, because she knew that was her moment to shine, because Destiny was on the stream, and she felt like he was weak enough that she could get down with. Don't sit here and pretend like, no. We see through. And any person that can't, you're literally a sheep. You're literally a sheep. And if you were one of those idiots that jump forward into instantly trying to cancel Prime over this sheep act, where you have 2 people conspiring to come forward with a story, literally to torpedo his career, and now you have to walk it back next time, maybe think it through before you actually come there. And it's actually heinous to me that Dylan Burns literally came forward, made his made his stream title and everything else, something so that he could torpedo this man, and then now, after everything has been walked back and his star witnesses dialed back her claims, now it's like, well, I'm not gonna, I did apologize a little bit on the stream or something, but I am not posting anything official until after I've talked to the man. Oh, so now you recognize the prudence in waiting. Now you see the importance of getting your facts and your ducks lined up before making statements. You don't get to shift this burden. You don't get to all of a sudden change strategies midway through after you've aggressively tried to tank a nigga. And don't sit here and tell me you weren't trying to tank the nigga like it wasn't really that goal, because you really, everything you said belied that. I went through that earlier on the stream. I can go through it again. I wrote down the freaking notes. You tried to tank this nigga. You and her had private conversations before you went forward with the Twitlonger where you specifically said, we don't know where people are going to go from his stream, because you knew you expected people not to be able to go anywhere. You knew you expected the stream not to be there anymore. You said it multiple times. And when Destiny called you out on it, you said, well, when he comes back to Twitch, like, when he comes back, nigga, he ain't gone yet. It's literally the day that you posted everything you were talking about when he comes back. Literally said, man, he collapsed faster than the whatever of Afghanistan. Where is this stuff coming from? You know what you were trying to do. Disgusting. Yeah, no, dude, we've been going ham on that. She literally said she can't answer. Bro, come on. This is OD. Doobie, nigga, you know I don't disagree with that at all. Yeah, Zazu, I know you know that was sarcastic, right? I hope you're not as bad as they were implying someone else was at reading the room. You know that was sarcasm, right? I hope. I can only hope, but you never know with Twitch people.
We're all just chilling here. Just chatting.
Okay.
I don't know if Supreme's had his question answered to his satisfaction yet.
Yeah, and I guess my answer just
Okay,
seems
thank
a lot
you.
more complicated than just a yes or no.
Sorry,
but if
you
I
just
have
don't
to
know.
say yes,
You don't know
100%,
nowadays. Thank you.
then I'll just say
I'm
no.
glad you got a working brain. Thank you.
Can I ask you, in the follow-up and aftermath of all this, has anybody been directing you in terms of like how to respond to things in terms of your Twitter account, or is that 100% like of your own like choosing?
Yeah, so I had a couple of people in my community tell me to like maybe think more on what I was writing yesterday when I was doing it in the server. But I honestly was really upset yesterday. Like especially like I was doing the stream and then Dylan had the whole situation with his dad, and then while we were walking over, I was just like crying the whole way. So honestly, I was just really overwhelmed. So the only thing I guess I've gotten was people told me to think on it and then repost my Discord part if I wanted to in the morning. But in terms of Twitter, no one's been telling me what to say. So that's why I just mostly haven't been posting, and I haven't commented on anything that anybody puts in my comments or anything.
Okay, I gotta go. Thank you for letting me be here, and thank you for being civil. I appreciate this, and be nice to Katarana. All right, love you, girl. All right, bye.
Bye.
Can I just want to kind of clarify something, if that's okay? Because in the Twitlonger and then in the post I think yesterday that you put on Twitter from Discord, you really hit on the this thing about he told you that he knew which girls he could do this with or something. And it seems like when you said that, it was like implying that, like, to me, that the way that you frame that there is like implying that he's like seeking out victims or something, and he knows which girls he can victimize. But when he said that to me, and even the way that you explained it earlier when Supreme asked you, it seems a lot more like he does this with people that he thinks he can trust, that won't go and tell people that he's sitting on them right away.
Yeah.
Bye-bye,
So,
I'm here if you need me.
oh, I saw you came in. Thank you, Sonia. That's actually really helpful. Thank you. For man, I just got blanks. 1 second. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't think that Prime has like a list of like 10 really socially awkward girls that like will not say anything ever, and that like he's basically like collect like Pokemoning and just being like, which one of you neurodivergent girls will like not say anything today. So I don't think that like there's any type of serial issue going on. But I do think that it was kind of weird for him to say to me that like the way that he said it really seemed like he knew how uncomfortable I would ever be with not speaking about this publicly, or even telling an extra person. And honestly, me even telling Samantha was really, really hard. I was like, can we not, like, I'd rather not say anything. And it wasn't until Samantha said, oh, is it Prime? I was like, okay, yes, but I'll do this on call. So I think he just generally knew that that I would be quite uncomfortable ever saying anything, and thus maybe he felt.
Do you think that it was like that you'd be uncomfortable saying anything, or that he thought he could trust you not to go around and spread his dirty laundry or your dirty laundry if you two like, ever started flirting or anything like that?
I didn't really see it as much of a trust.
I see you, nigga. I see you. I respect you.
Thing. I mean, I do believe that he did or does, or I don't know what he is feeling towards me right now, but I do believe that he trusted me because I have more information on him than most people, and that's why when I was doing everything, I didn't even put any of the personal information because my intention was not to be like, and I have all these receipts of things before like about his real life and stuff like that. So I do believe that he trusted me, but I didn't get a because I trust you vibe.
Okay, so I just want to be perfectly clear about this. What it says in the Twitlonger is he even once told me that I have enough information to end his career. And when I asked, why do you keep saying and doing things that could get you in trouble? He responded with, I know what girls would and wouldn't talk. This is framing this as a conversation that went to you coming to him and saying, hey, I have all this information that can compromise you.
Oh,
why do you keep doing this? And then he responded to that with, I know which girls would and wouldn't talk. Is this how the conversation went?
No. He told me directly that like you have enough information. So we were on a call, and he was saying like if if anybody ever heard these calls or just in general, you have like sorry, let me back up. He told me that you have enough information to end my career. So I directly responded with, if that's true, then why are you doing this? So it was.
So at one point you did directly confront him and say, why are you making these inappropriate comments towards me? If you know that I have all this information.
Yeah, so if you know that there is that I have enough information to end your career, then why would you even say things to somebody that you know could end your career?
Wait, so what was it, the sexual comments, or was it the information? Like, I think you have like his name, his address, all that sort of stuff.
No, it had nothing to do with doxing at all. No, it wasn't anything like that.
Sure.
Because
So,
doxing can end your career as much as it's just doxing. So
please pounce.
I just want to be really clear here. It seems like the framing, as you've written, is why do you keep you asked him, why do you keep doing and saying things that could get you in trouble? And he just responds with, I know which girls would and wouldn't talk. So his answer to that, his reasoning for why he keeps saying things that get him in trouble, is that he knows which girls would and wouldn't talk.
Yes.
Meaning that and then after that it says, I guess I just look like one of the girls that would never talk.
Yes.
Okay. So it does feel like you're trying to create a narrative where like you're asking us to believe that Prime Kai is doing something malicious because he doesn't fear retribution, because he's like a serial offender that has built up over like a long period and many victims, like some tradecraft that enables him to
he
identify.
never told me anything about there being other people, and I have no reason to believe, unless somebody said something, that there were.
Please tell me I wrote it. It's green. It's green. I had to hold on. Please. No. Please. On the other stream, she said that he was telling her that she was aware that he had made a bunch of statements and that he had done things to other women, and that the other women, and she already knew that there were other women that didn't want to be with him on the Amazon Lily platform. And she said he had specifically told her, like, these people won't come on your platform. And so she said from that she determined, oh, then that means like, yeah, if you've made this many problems, if you've had this problem with people, why do you keep doing these things that are making it really bad? To which he said, well, I know which women will talk to her. So then she felt like she wasn't one of the women that would talk. So she was saying that she was aware because he had specifically told her these women will not come on the show. So she was aware there were a bunch of other women that had problem with him, and he was saying, so why do you keep doing this? She was saying these things. So that she did know that there were other women, and now she's contradicting herself. Or she did claim that she knew that there were other women, and now she's contradicting herself.
For other people, never went and like started asking the girls, did anything happen? I have no additional information to say that there's any.
So he never said there were any other girls. So in this moment when he said, I know what girls wouldn't
I
talk,
gotta write
he
this
was
down. I gotta write this down. I have no additional information to say there were other girls. 420. That's ham. That's wild.
To you in answering why he trusted that you wouldn't use his words to get him in trouble. So the problem is that this is a really, really serious allegation, right?
But it's something that was a phone call that we had, so it wasn't like I was I'm not thinking of 5 other days of conversations where one time he said you have enough information, and then a couple days.
Do you see how she can literally respond to all of these interrogations? But she's not sure she can give permission on whether or not someone can flirt with her, and she's not sure she can tell a person, how are you feeling, or how have you been? When she'll volunteer that information all day. I've been really stressed out. We're in finals week right now, and I've got to do X amount of whatever. So I really been just stressed out and whatever. But these panels kind of give me a break from so much schoolwork. She was able to tell him directly, yeah, listen, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling you that way, and I might not in the future. Not like a cooties kind of way, but just I'm not feeling in the future. I mean, and I'm not sure I might be feeling you in the future either. To be honest with you, like I'm not saying don't hold. I'm not. So I wouldn't hold my breath. Not because you nasty or nothing, nigga, but I'm just saying, like, you know, I know who I am, and I'm always going to be really busy with the work and all that stuff. So I don't know if things will ever change in the future, but it might. Crazy.
Days later, I said, "Wait, why do you keep on doing this?" Like, it was all in the same call. I remember I was in my bedroom hanging, folding up my clothes that day. So we weren't on camera. I just had my speaker on. I remember this conversation, and yes, he said, "You have enough things," and that was my response, and that was his response, and my response was, that seems kind of risky.
Okay. But this is a serious allegation because the framing of this, you're asking us to believe that he now has some intent, some knowledge and some intent that he's doing and saying things that he deserves to get in trouble for, and that he's like doing it to you because he just believes that you won't say anything about it.
I do believe he was I guess, generally a lot more, I wouldn't say pushy, but he was saying a lot more things to me than I guess he would ever say to a lot of other people because, yeah, he just generally did not.
And then this is her tweet she said out. I'm not apologizing to anyone for anything. And I don't care what Samantha says, and I don't care who is doing the prime. I'm sorry, hype train right now. I don't get to talk about it with Fluff before we had to leave. I mean, I didn't get to talk about it with Fluff before we had to leave. But even without Samantha's segment, he literally effing told me that he chooses which women to talk to. Point effing blank. F 5-hour calls. It could be an 80-hour call, and that doesn't mean I like the effing guy. I'm pissed. This has been co-opted. Prime's been in stuff twice, and it's always poor mental health. He said he got in trouble. Every person be sad when we in trouble. Congrats. Literally F you. You abuse your power with someone with mental health issues. This is so effing bunk, and I'm pissed. So happy to see that he gets to keep his platform. Can't wait for the next reverie. Ooh woo. I hate this stupid effing platform, and I'm tired about women succubus narratives. I'm mad. I'm sorry. Clip it. Screenshot it. I don't give a crap. Oh, and this isn't the Prime Cat drama.
Expect I would say anything.
Okay, but sorry, the case that I'm trying to make here is that you're making a very serious allegation that this is like part of intent for him, that he has knowledge that what he's doing is something he should not be doing, and that he just thinks you're somebody that's not going to like rat him out or something.
I was meaning to, if there are different, I know a lot of people have different interpretations of what he said. I was just relaying exactly what was the phone call that we had. So it wasn't like, I
But
didn't
you
follow
said
it up.
he even once told me. What does the even mean there?
I guess perhaps there's more of a focus on like little minute details in language that I did not think of when I was writing it. I was just meaning for that part to be the last thing I put.
Okay, but it looks like it's contributing because it's at the list of it's at the end of a list. He told me he wants to sleep with me even though he's not reciprocating and he was flirting or inappropriate comments. He even once told me that I have enough information to end his career. And when I asked, why do you keep doing and saying things that could get you in trouble, he's responded with, I know what girls would and wouldn't talk. I guess I just looked like one of the girls that wouldn't talk.
So,
okay, so first question.
Okay, I was just gonna say I do wish that I could do Control-Z to see what did I originally write, because there were some parts of what I wrote that were like slightly edited. So maybe it is that I didn't even put the word even originally and that was added in. I can't recall, because if I could go back and see what did I originally put before like it was edited for me, then I would be able to say like, okay,
did you say that it was the software that edited it?
No. I like as I said, I didn't put into screenshots, I didn't put into title, and then just generally it was looked over to like see if I was being like super redundant or if I was doing run-on sentences. So yeah, but it wasn't software.
Okay.
But you did all the editing yourself, right?
And you released it.
So
yes, I released it.
No.
So you proofread it.
I was told look it over to see if it's okay, and I was like, okay, that looks okay.
All right, I have a question. First of all, one, are you okay?
It sounded like she was saying someone else edited it. Now you just talked to her and saying, no, I edited it. Bro, what's going on?
So far with this line of questioning, right? You feeling okay answering it the way it's going so far?
Yeah, so far, yes. I'm pretty sure if I saw chat, I would probably maybe freak out a bit, but I'm gonna try my best not to, because I don't want to have like the public court of opinion end up making me choose my opinion as well.
Okay.
But
And then the other question is, thinking back on when you were writing that out, when you were going through the re-editing of it and rewording of it later, do you remember thinking at the time that you wanted to put more emphasis on the word even, or that you were just terminating the list and so you wanted completeness?
So I was definitely meant for that one part to be my last part. The last sentence was I chose that I do remember that people that read it for me added a bunch of stuff actually at the end, and I said no, I don't want that there. I want the last thing for me to say I guess I looked like somebody that wasn't talking. That's how I wanted to end it. I don't remember whether or not even was particularly important for me, but now and I do know that was the last thing I wanted
Bro,
to be
she's
in my
literally
list.
trying to
Now
weasel through this.
I
It's
don't know
ham.
for there to be an extra emphasis
It's
on
ham.
it.
I just wanted to clarify that because I felt like you were kind of getting pushed to more positively confirm that there was emphasis on the final component of the list.
I did want my last sentence for sure to say I look like someone that wouldn't say anything. I do not know if I wanted any form of even to be there. And I don't know if
You don't know if you want it. You
Listen,
put
I'll make
it.
perfectly clear that
Did you edit it or not? You said you proofread it like you were the one that did it. You were the one that wrote it. No one else did it. Now it was edited, so it might have been added by someone. What is going on? What?
I'm pushing on anything. I'm not playing defense for anybody. I'm not playing prosecutor against anybody. Okay? If I'm pushing for things, it's because I think something is important because I've identified an inconsistency. And at this point, your testimony, like right now, comparing it to the Twitlonger, there are a lot of inconsistencies, and you don't look credible. And what I'm worried about is that this Twitlonger was written under the duress, and maybe support people who were trying to be supportive of you, to like deliver a narrative that struck at the heart of something that like maybe you even didn't intend to strike at, but that you were doing so under the influence of other people, and that you know what I mean? Like
yeah. So as I said, like for the title, that was not the original title I would have put, and I wanted to put something a lot softer. I just was saying, I've quit. That's what I wanted it to be.
At the end of the day, I just want to make sure that the truth is known, Katarana. I just want to make sure that what we're getting is like is your truth, not influenced by anybody else. Okay, I just want you to like trust me. And my concern is that I guess I should ask you directly. When you were ramping up to release this Twitlonger and when you released it, were you angry with Prime?
No.
You had no anger whatsoever towards Prime.
No, honestly, a lot of I think some people noted like the screenshots are old, and I have purposely stopped having many conversations because of the fact that I was uncomfortable. So none of this is like fresh and like okay, just yesterday this continued, so I'm really pissed. That's why I was so much continuously just pushing it back, because I was like, well, you know, I mean, I'm generally uncomfortable, but nothing's happening right now, so we don't need to say anything right now. So when I did it, it was not anything that I was particularly angry about at the moment, because I was just like, yeah, no, like, yeah, I'm uncomfortable, but you know, I mean, yeah, as long as we avoid calls, everything will be fine. That was kind of.
Oh, that's why you pushed it back? This one I know I wrote down. Oh, okay, that's why she pushed it back. You know, I think that was also really the major thing. These are direct quote, by the way, verbatim. I think that was also really the major thing that made me really hesitant to say anything, because I was saying to Dylan yesterday is that what do I do now? What are we going to do? Like, there's no longer any platform for people that are smaller to come on to. If they want to start doing political conversations, because what is there? There's Hans. You already need to be established to get on the Hans. You need to be large to get on the yours. What's going to have to happen now? I guess one of the things Dylan said to me, said to help me not feel nervous about it, was it's better that they have nowhere to go, or they have somewhere to go, but there's a chance that they'll go and get harassed when they go on. Oh, so that's why you pushed it back. Now, no, you pushed it back because you were just not angry about it because it wasn't happening to you now. She's not a good liar. She smiles through all of her lies. She makes a stupid liar face. It's crazy.
Yeah,
so how did you think this would affect Prime when you released this? Like, what did you think would happen to Prime?
I don't know.
You never thought about it?
Yeah, because
you all right answering this?
Pardon?
Are you all right with answering this?
Yeah, I'm okay. So as I said, so my original title was something that was really.
Can these people not? Can these people not stop coddling? Can these people stop coddling?
Calm, and everything. But when I was consulting, it was almost like one of those situations where, you know, when I'm in therapy, I'm like, okay, yeah, the person did this, this, and this, but do we have to use the word assault? You know, the therapist is like, no, like, but it is assault. I'm like, yeah, but do we have to use that word? Can we just say anything else? So I was really just trying to put like out like a I quit type of thing. And the issue was, others were saying, well, no one's even going to pay attention or even know about what's happening if you put out I quit, because no one cares that you quit. So many other people have quit. It's just another person.
Who were the people that were saying no one's going to care if you quit? Was it the same people that labeled it Prime Kai's sexually harasses his staff and then put that on their thing, the one who changed the title? The person that she was consulting with?
So I was like, okay. So
this was your resignation letter?
Yeah.
this was
It was just a resignation letter where you were literally making the statement that you were worried that no one would have anywhere else to go. Let's go through some of the things Dylan was saying. This is a person that she consulted with, who she made her feel comfortable to release this information, okay? I'm just going to give you a few of the things that Dylan said, okay? First off, the second Prime reached out to him, Dylan immediately blocked him, sent him a screenshot that said, look, it's the sex pest. He talked about other people canceling him. Let's see. Here it is. Personally, while I believe in rehabilitative justice, it's hard for me to believe that there is this much change of heart in 12 hours after he started a war room and had to go to war with persons that he was sexually harassing. I find that very hard to believe. I don't think I'm that gullible. We were memeing about this the other day. I said before everything came out that basically politically proved was like the neo-Nazi version of the Prime Kai's podcast. And we're pretty on point about that. But it seems that Brittany is coming out like this is a hit job. We have all the evidence. We have all the DMs. We have witnesses. We have basically Prime admitting it in a private phone call. And if we need to, we can get even more witnesses. We only got one witness because we don't want this to be a 3-hour stream of witnesses after witness. We don't want this congressional testimony. We can get more. So if Prime wants to deny it, we can get more. This can be dragged out as long as he wants it if he wants to deny it. Resignation letter, huh? I didn't expect him to be the next Cuomo, but congratulations. I don't think Prime is Italian, so I don't think he can use that excuse this time. Yeah, I gotta say, Prime actually collapsed faster than the Afghanistan government. So if there's any refugee program we need on top of taking Afghan refugees, it's taking Prime's community refugees. So we will start a program and welcome any of them into Cat or my community 100%. That's when she responded. I think that the major thing that made me hesitate, because where are these people going to go? Blah, 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 blah. And then he responded, hey, Destiny had the lefty purge. I'm going to have the sex pest purge. Then he went on to talk about how long it would take him to recover. And he says, it's not like you can be like, hey, have you stopped sexual harassment? It has to be a while with nothing coming out, like a while, and then you move forward with it. Later on, he said, we can just say it's an F up on Prime's part, and hopefully he learns his lesson. Who was the other person? The tangential person? One of the orbiters? Hans Hakir? Let's listen to the portion of his apology that I wrote down. I came out way too hot yesterday, and I participated in damaging Prime's reputation, and now that I have more information, I have to do what I can to try to correct the record. I don't think it's right that he lose his life and livelihood and career. You were the person that Dylan brought on your stream. You were involved in those conversations. You were the one that Dylan passed Katarana to you, and then after he smashed, passed her over to you, you smashed and passed her back to him. So you weren't uninformed about this. Where did you get the idea that they were canceling his career? But now, she wasn't mad at all. She was just having a good time and just talking. That's what we're supposed to believe? Listen, what I look like? Boo Boo the Fool?
I'm not sure if he posted it or not, but I did send him my own resignation. I sent, let me just pull it up so I can read it. I'm sorry, I can't work for you. If I keep doing it, it's going to lead me to be complacent about mistreatment and harassment in my professional life, and I don't think I nor anybody deserves that. It's already an issue I deal with, and I don't think it's smart for me to encourage such behavior. So that was my resignation directly. And I was thinking, okay, I guess it's good enough that I just resigned directly, and that should be good enough. But then I was told that if I just resign, someone else will just come and then they could have the same exact issue. So if I want to make sure I'm actually protecting people and like letting other women know that this is an issue, then I need to make it a bit more public.
So you want to feel comfortable? I just want to ask real quick. Do you feel comfortable telling us like who changed your mind from your resignation to your you were sexually harassed?
Was
it like one person or was it a group of people? I'm just curious.
Well, I think what she put in the resignation, it's pretty clear she did feel sexually harassed.
Yeah, there's no question. And she had been reaching out to people about this for months at a time. I don't want to question that. I want to make it perfectly clear that in no way do I want
about the title.
And he thinks it's going to save her. It was Dylan.
Talking about the title specifically.
Yeah, I think what you're actually asking is, so who was involved in the decision to make it public and then to make it Twitlonger?
Yeah, I do want to make it clear, I didn't even know what a Twitlonger was. So but I don't want, I recognize anybody that's been trying to really like help me has already been getting a bit of issues like with the fact that like Maddie got like a bunch of messages. So I think it's probably better for me to just leave other people out of it because it's honestly like, I guess it's my problem.
Dylan.
So I shouldn't bring other people into it.
But other people brought themselves into it and helped you concoct this and present this, right?
And when you phrase it like with your
hang on, I asked you a question. I really want to hear the answer to this.
Okay.
This was not solely your doing, right? Like this seems like it was a group effort. You told me earlier that people helped you write the thing. Like people were sourcing documents and stuff.
Yes. So the only documents in there that I got myself were the ones from Aiko and from Girly. All the other screenshots that came out were not me. I didn't screenshot them because, especially with the whole Prime conversations, after I have very much told Mike, like, if I come resolved to an issue that, yes, this is a problem, I no longer want to even look at the person's like name anymore. So I had to just give somebody else my Discord and say, hey, can you please do this? I don't want to have anything to do with this.
Oh.
Name anymore. All the other screenshots that came out were not me. I didn't
write the thing. Like people were sourcing documents and stuff.
Yes. So the only documents in there that I got myself were the ones from Aiko and from Girly. All the other screenshots that came out were not me. I didn't screenshot them because, especially with the whole Prime conversations, after I have very much told Mike, like, if I come resolved to an issue that, yes, this is a problem, I no longer want to even look at the person's like name anymore. So I had to just give somebody else my Discord and say, hey, can you please do this? I don't want to have anything to do with this.
Oh. This is rough because, listen, I'm going to be honest at this point. I'm going to lift the veil. You either haven't been honest with me or you haven't been honest to people. I don't think that means that you were lying about the sexual harassment, okay? My position hasn't moved so much. I think you felt sexually harassed. That's easily corroborated by the fact that you were reaching out to people, talking about it. It sounds like, the people that you were talking about it with became reasonably very upset because, you know what I mean? Like they're seeing evidence and they're hearing your testimony that Prime is sexually harassing you. They're becoming angry with Prime. They want to help you and support you as good friends should. Like they're getting together with you to write to help you like do a Me Too sort of thing. Now people are reasonably accepting that Samantha has talked to Prime and like told him directly what he's doing and that he's just accepted it and then continuing to say things like, I know which girls would and wouldn't talk. You're hearing that after you already think Samantha has confronted him. You know what I mean? Like everybody is reasonably convinced based on a series of miscommunications and misfires and maybe dishonesty. I'm not sure. I haven't really made up my mind on that one.
Maybe dishonesty.
That Prime is really doing something he shouldn't have been doing. But in the
they literally said we weren't dating, and then it was like, we've been dating for weeks. Now we find out it's been a long time, possibly months. I don't know that I'm gonna be okay. I'm gonna be 100% real with you right now. Thursdays, I'm tired of it. Like I'm just tired of this community. I feel like people be wearing a mental health issues. They're not even diagnosed. You had Demon Mama on here talking about something like you don't even need a diagnosis. Self-diagnosis is what's important with mental health. What? Self-diagnosis? Come on, how many people are hypochondriacs? Literally, people have to be trained professional to determine when people have stuff. Self-diagnosis is the most important portion of diagnosis. In what universe? Oh my God. Oh my. I don't even like saying that name, Wired Mist. I don't even like saying that name. She is just. I'm not talking about her. She doesn't exist to me. It's absolutely insane to me. It's absolutely insane that people are wearing these mental health things and then they're using that as their excuses to never be held accountable. And I think she clearly did that. And I think it's really insane to me. And I know people are going to sit here and start coming on here trying to bash me like, you just don't accept people for having mental health issues. And it's like, nigga, I can have whatever mental health issue I freaking want. I'm not going to wear it as a badge. I'm going to tell you that. And when I recognize some of the things that I've struggled with and the things that I got to get through, I overcome it, right? I make the decision that I'm going to work hard about it. Now, not all mental health issues are that easy. Some things are going to really inhibit your function. I've struggled with some things, and I understand that. The problem comes is when you use that as your excuse to start acting psycho or not doing appropriate things, to start disrespecting things or just not participating in society in ways that are helpful, and now ruining social conditions and trying to torpedo people's careers because of your ineptitude. That's where it starts becoming a problem. Now, I might have some issues, but the second that my issues start becoming other people's issues, now we got ourselves a problem, especially when I'm injecting myself into other scenarios. You made yourself the head of his channel. You didn't need, I mean, the producer for his channels. You didn't need to do that. You made the choice to do that after you had so-called been sexually harassed. Then you, on top of that, decided to start having your sexual harasser be the person for your alarm clock. I struggle with alarm clocks. I could show you my alarm clocks right now. It'd be OD. I got so many of them. My friends used to know it. I had alarms going off all the dang time. Hell, it's still that way. They're actually not as many as it used to be. I still got some random alarm every Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday at 6:30 p.m. I'm not going to show you. I don't need to show you. It doesn't matter. I've always have these random alarms going off because most of the time when I take a nap or something, I forget to turn the old ones on. It's really, really insane to me that we're going to entertain the notion that you needed to have a nigga. You had to have that nigga sit there and be your wake up call. In what freaking universe? I'm sorry. I remember when I had one of my exes be my wake up call, and I knew it because at that point she was like, "Nah, I really can't have a boyfriend," and whoop de whoop 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 whoop. And me being the clever, manipulative nigga that I was at that point, I decided, well, okay, listen, we just gonna be friends. Since you say you can't have a boyfriend, we'll just be friends. But I'm gonna just go ahead and edge my way into this relationship. So, hey, listen, you want to make this wake up call? Can you do that for me? Because I'll be oversleeping. She did that. Okay. Hey, like, look, I fall asleep if can you on the way home? I need to talk to you on that time. She did that. By the time it was done, I just started giving her more and more boyfriend duties until eventually it was like, yeah, we're in a relationship. And she said that to me. It's like, you keep giving me these things, and in reality, these are boyfriend things. These are boyfriend things, and you're asking me as your friend to do these things. I'm like, what? What's so weird about it? We're friends. Like, yeah, friends can do this. And then eventually, we were in a dang relationship. It's gross. I get it. I was a kid, and we did it. You know what I'm saying? But the fact of the matter is, like, I know that that's an intimate thing to freaking do. It's not necessarily intimate, but I can say in the vast majority of cases, it's pretty freaking intimate. You have to look at the compound logic of it. It's not just that you're doing that. It's that you're literally... It'd be one thing to do that had he never made any advances, but to ask him to be the person making your wake-up calls when his advances have become so egregious that you needed to reach out to other people to ask them to make him stop, then suddenly it sounds a little bit more ridiculous. Imagine, this nigga's a problem and I don't feel comfortable telling him, but someone needs to make him stop. Hey, he's not stopping. Hey, by the way, nigga, can you go ahead and be the first thing to call me in the morning, bro? And I'm going to call you afterward when I get out of this class, and we'll be talking for 5-6 hours. The freak. And it's not about organizing no dang shows. These shows are not that dang difficult, bro. Now, I get it. I was doing a little panel for a little bit. It is a struggle to come up with this stuff. Sometimes I would end up coming with everything over 30 minutes, like literally 30 minutes before the show comes, because I'm a last-minute procrastinating nigga. But don't sit here and try to tell me it takes 6 freaking hours. Not on any universe. We know who the niggas are on these panels. 90% of the time, it's the exact same niggas. You send out a freaking text message. I've already showed you guys the screenshots. I can get more people to show you the screenshots. It's literally just, hey, will you be on a show? Hey, will you be on a show? And then he'll ask, after they put you all in a group, the topics gonna be, and anybody can suggest the topics. She wasn't doing all that. You can miss me. These niggas, there was definitely some sort of flirting. He made it very painfully obvious. She chose to lean into the flirting, add on extra responsibilities, give more overtures by having this nigga be her wake-up calls. All of those things from the nigga that was sexually harassing her. And now she's saying, I didn't have any intention of canceling him, yet they literally changed the Twitlonger to, this nigga was sexually harassing me. She was literally trying to make sure she warned other women not to be associated with him. She literally was having conversations where they were wondering what's going to become of all of the niggas that were in his community. The main other participant in this destruction of this nigga's, or attempted destruction of this nigga's career, was also making all these other statements about how much he was collapsing like Afghan. Freak out of here, bro. And you're grinning ear to ear while you're having these conversations about your tragic sexual harassment that was so traumatizing that you can't remember the details, such that the other conspirator was literally comparing it to a sexual molestation as a child. Freak out of here, bro. I'm not buying it.
In the end, now that we know what happened after the fact, I think Prime has, offered us a lot of evidence that, like, from his perspective, like, he really did have feelings for you or something. Now, that doesn't mean that having a crush on somebody and, like, having feelings for somebody means you can't be sexually harassing them with romantic advances. I'm quite comfortable saying that, like, he crossed some lines, probably. I don't know. It's hard for me to say. We don't have the full context of what your relationship was like at that point. But that you felt uncomfortable, whether he knew it or not, you felt uncomfortable. Good Lord. I just want to say that, like, this line of questioning, like, You undermine yourself a lot, Katarana. Like this, I think
But
like.
honestly, when I think about these things,
Nigga, ain't no nigga in hell gonna be okay with the female talking to some dude 3 to 6 hours a day and him being her freaking wake up call. In what universe? And not only is it this happening with that, she also intimated that her boyfriend hates Prime. I think she literally said it. I might have taken a note. I think I might. I think I did. I think I did. Let's scroll down 1 second. Please, God, let me have it. Hold on. She said it'd be a last resort. Hold on. Dang it. Hold on. I swear I wrote these things. What was it? Because I got confused in the color. Control. If I type boyfriend. Please, 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 please. Son of a nincompoop. Jeez. Okay, let me see. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Dylan said, well, his parents should put him on a leash, maybe, like one of those child leashes. This is crazy. Oh, here it is. My ex really doesn't like Prime because he would see the messages that Prime would send me all day, and I would call him after we had a phone call like Prime was saying all this crazy stuff. No harm to their relationship, though. Yeah, she was telling her boyfriend about all of these things and all the stuff that Prime was doing, for sure. Divine Legend. It used to be blue, my dude. I feel like it's been like 6, 7 years. Holy smokes, man. It's good to see you, bro. Wow.
I don't think that much about public court. All I'm trying to say is exactly how I feel. So even if it undermines my case, if more people know exactly how I was feeling, then that's better. Honestly, it's not to me about winning the case or making sure everybody like comes out saying like 100% everybody needs to go on a cancel train, because that's not what matters to me. I just want people to know that I was very uncomfortable, and if that's, as long as that's conveyed, then I'm okay.
I accept that easily, and this does sound like, I just don't want these things mishandled this poorly in the future. Like it really does sound like this is too many cooks in the kitchen. People trying to be supportive but not communicating well. Like Prime had no understanding that this was happening, and like he showed us evidence that he asked you directly. Or I'm sorry, I'm not sure he did show us that evidence. I'm not sure he did. It's his testimony.
I think there was the screenshot about him, about us talking about dating, and me saying, not saying, like just being like, I can't.
Please don't like
I'm
make
not
fun of
straight.
his sexuality.
I'm busy. Like that's. I think I didn't put those screenshots for it because I didn't even remember that those were there. And he was the one that released that part. But
if anything, I'm comfortable with the conclusion that this is the reason.
Thursday, I'm gonna give you my TLDR real quick. It's real simple. There was a girl who started joining these panels, and she wanted to be a streamer. And when she started joining the panel, she ended up coming to this panel for this person called Prime Kai's. So she joins the panel, really good, able to communicate very well, pretty aggressive, able to get in the muds, and we know panels can be really aggressive sometimes. And so because of that, oh please, I can show you where someone making someone uncomfortable is grounds for ruining someone's life. Look no further than Mike Z. But anyway, so then as she was doing these, she was having these conversations and these panels, and everything was good. She ended up having talking a lot with the actual producer of the show. She claims that he eventually made her really, really uncomfortable, and he was making sexual overtures kind of towards her, or like flirting with her and calling her pretty and gorgeous. And he made it very, very clear in no uncertain terms that he wanted her to be his girlfriend. She said she never ever responded positively to any of that. She never encouraged any of that, and so on and so forth. And she started feeling extremely uncomfortable. She reached out to people to let them know that he made her uncomfortable, but she never told him directly because she's neurodivergent, aka autistic. autistic, and now she's claiming she also has narcissistic personality disorder. So because of that, she was incapable of like telling him, even though he did the right thing, or what I think most of us would admit is the right thing, by literally asking her, hey, if I ever make you uncomfortable, would you let me know? And she says she never could answer those questions. I mean, even though she has no problems answering these questions here. Anyway, recently she just released a Twitlonger in which she like basically tried to torpedo his career. Some other opportunists saw those messages, then decided to make a stream about it. The person who changed the title to something really aggressive, significantly more aggressive than what she said. And in this panel, they had full-on conversation in which this guy was making so many absolutely harmful statements and literally hoping that he was going to torpedo this dude's career. During that time, another person that she'd been passed around to, another Twitch streamer that she'd been passed around to, also came into the stream where he exposed the fact that they had also been sexually involved. And that guy, her second zaddy number 2, that guy, he ended up having the conversations on this panel, and then later on claiming that like, yes, he was aware of all these things and like being, whatever, trying to be a support system to her. He's later retracted that and realized that he really jumped the gun and came out way too freaking hard, and that there was no actual evidence for any of these things. But anyway, this girl is still maintaining that. But now there's been some more backlash because the other guy, the other zaddy number 1, he actually is a competitor with Prime Kai's because he's also a streamer, and some of his earlier streams were on Prime Kai's stream. Before he started having his own podcast panels, he used to be on Prime Kai's stream. That's where I first met this guy, before his own podcast started blowing up and he started growing really significantly. Once he blew up really significantly, he parted ways and almost completely abandoned Prime Kai's and almost never went on the stream. And I feel like he hosted Prime Kai's once. There was like one time in like the last 3, 4, 5, 6 months where he hosted Prime Kai's, and Prime Kai's made a note of it. He's like, wow, I haven't gotten a host from this guy in X amount of time. He pretty much avoids his stream at this cost. I mean, at this point, he recognizes that he's competition. He's competition, but on another day. So they pull from some of the exact same people. There have been times where people wouldn't go on from one panel to the other. Anyway, with all that being said, now this person is maintaining very hard that yes, she felt very uncomfortable for all this amount of time. She never returned any of his overtures. But she never ever told him directly no. And so now, she did not say she has 7 different disorder. Hollow, you'd have to show me evidence of that. I just can't believe that. I'm sorry. That sounds absolutely absurd. Yes. So now, at this point, she's going on these other panels. The really most insane part about this, I think the most egregious part, is that while she's been in these panels, she's been aggressive, direct, she flamboyant. She can do it all. She's just been that nigga on these panels, able to keep up with your boy. And now suddenly, now that she's making this Twitlonger and trying to become the embodiment of victim, now she's all of a sudden really timid and really trepid and just and every time anyone asks her anything, I can't, I'm not sure my autism is, and so now it's really insane because there's this insane contrast between the way she used to be on these panels for literally 4 months and the way she's been on the last 2 days. No one has ever seen her be anything remotely close to this personality, and all the niggas on Twitch and Twitter, they're just immediately jumping to the conclusion that she was absolutely offended or something, and it's absolutely absurd, or that she was actually harassed. Literally, when people are trying to compare it to their sexual molestation as children, it's insane. That's the long story short, and it's disgusting.
Reason why this shit should not be conducted in a public spectacle, especially if they're not attempted in private first. And I understand that you thought that Samantha reached out to Prime, but does everybody see what a circus this is? What a mess this is?
I think we all agree with that.
And I want to ask Katarina real quick. All these things to do all these various things to make it public, to do any of this. Have you ever voiced concern about this, and then somebody else that was involved in this pressured you or told you that you need to do it in another way than what was your original intention?
I guess
you brought that up with about how your therapist would tell you no, you need to phrase it like this. I think that your therapist has your best interest at heart. I don't necessarily know if people that may be around you might have your best interest at heart.
You gotta be joking.
Yeah, so I guess, as I said, and I'm pretty sure maybe if I go and speak to my therapist, we could speak, and then maybe they will say that they would agree with the title of the thing. But as I said, I wanted it to just be I quit, and I was told, no, you're being harassed, and it's important that people know that it's not just you saying, well, I'm busy. No, I'm being harassed, and that's why I'm not working there anymore. So that's some of the conversation. As I said, I think I've voiced, but as far as I was aware, I was just gonna sit there and suck it up for another I don't know how many months and just pretend like nothing happened.
Can I just I'm sorry, go ahead.
yeah, and I was just gonna kind of wait until I got to a point of either me and Prime being similar or I being larger in size, so that when I say it, it's like, look, this really doesn't benefit me, so I don't want anybody to think that I'm doing this because it benefits me. I just wanted to let you know about something that happened 2 years ago, and this person's not even like streaming anymore, because people come and go. So I'm just gonna wait actually until, like, I don't know, Prime goes back to working like his job that he had before, or like we're not even like really considered. There's no way.
Wow, I just looked at it. So yeah, she only people she works for is Zaddy 1 and 2. Look, she says, I only work for Hans and Fakir sometimes and Dylan Burns 1776 now. Sorry to anyone that wants to be on other panels. The name of her thing, Prime K sexually harassed me for months. That was the name of her tweet. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Someone could misconstrue this as being like a clout chasing situation, so that I can just be done with it, and then I'm just talking about something that is so far in the past that, like, that's it. And it was honestly just via speaking to other people that they were like, but do you deserve to continue to sit there and be uncomfortable for the next year so that you can, like, yeah. So it was me speaking to others that like made me do it faster, but no matter what, it was always my intention to eventually like say something. I just wouldn't. Twitter's not really something I think about. So like for a little while, I've been kind of like hinting even before I moved down here. Yeah, I'm having a problem online, but like I don't want to talk about it right now, guys. I just want you to know that like I'm feeling really uncomfortable today. So I'm having an issue, and I kind of don't really feel like streaming much longer because my mind's really preoccupied. But no, I can't really tell anybody what's going on, and that's what's been going on for months.
So can I ask you, just to kind of clarify, so did Dylan help you write the Twitlonger?
Yes. Is that a problem? I'm sorry.
No, it's not a problem. We're just clarifying.
Yeah, we just want to find out the information about this.
I should have been taking notes. Did he help you write the Twitlonger? No. Didn't she say earlier, I don't think I took notes. Didn't she say earlier she wrote it herself? And now it's like, yes, I'm sorry.
Because I think earlier you said that it was you minus the title, and so I was just trying to clarify.
I really just think we need to end this here. And Kat, my advice to you is to just literally don't answer anymore.
That it was you minus the title. Oh, it's not a problem. We're just clarifying.
Yeah, we just.
Can I ask you, just to kind of clarify, so did Dylan help you write the Twitlonger?
Yes. Is that a problem? I'm sorry.
No, it's not a problem. We're just clarifying.
Yeah, we just want to find out the information about this.
Because I think earlier you said that it was you minus the title, and so I was just trying to clarify.
I really just think we need to end this here. And Kat, my advice to you is to just literally don't answer any more questions about this from anybody, even people you trust. This is the reason why people have lawyers. This is the reason why stuff like this is handled in court.
And now, Dude Butt decides that he's going to be the guy that's going to go ahead and be her next savior. Or maybe he hoping she get... No, I'm not going to do any of that. I'm sorry. Let me stop. I guess my mask is coming back on. Probably about to end my stream. I don't care. Y'all can suck me. Anyway, it's crazy to me because now at this point, she literally just directly contradicted herself this time. And after doing that, now she's making a statement like, and now it's like that you shouldn't answer any more questions because he knows she directly contradicted himself. And he's like, this is why people get lawyers. This is why people get lawyers, because lawyers will tell you what you can answer and what you can't. Like, she literally directly contradicted herself here. And you're going to save her. Don't answer any more questions. Why? You know she's not credible.
Okay.
And I would also
This is an uncontrolled mess.
And I would also highly encourage you, if anyone tells you need to do something specific, if it's going against your first intuition, you should first talk to your therapist about it, because I think your therapist is probably got your best interest at heart.
Can I say that I do have a history of, like, when I've had people around me encourage me to do something, it has been helpful. Like, as I said, I had the issue with my university, and I first, like, told, it was somebody in my department, so I told, like, one of my TAs that I ended up becoming friends with, and, like, she said, like, no, this isn't right, and I was like, yeah, but, like, I don't want, like, to have any problems, and she's like, I'm not going to say your name, but I am going to tell, like, our department, and then the department ended up putting, like, a no tolerance policy for harassment and, like, around the department floor. So, and then now we had, like, a number that we could go and call and leave, like, anonymous tips. So I just had a history of, like, when I have come and spoken to somebody about it, well, something good happened last time and I wasn't very comfortable. So yeah, I guess it's okay for people to give me advice, even if I am really scared about the whole situation. It seemed like it went okay when, like, my friend helps me with that one. So it's okay to get advice from other people. is it fair to understand that that's why I
That's
did go
totally
out?
understandable.
So
Yes, you should
I'd say
definitely
one-
reach out for support.
I'd
There
say
are
one
lessons
thing,
here for
though.
people. Go ahead.
So we work in this world that's very drama-centric between Twitter and Twitch, where everything is sensationalized, everything is taken publicly very quickly. It's probably not the best idea to be getting. I don't know. I feel like it's a bad pool of people to be
Thank you,
asking for
Ramesses.
advice
Please
from
share that with
in
me.
terms of
Send
this
it to
type
me
No,
of
on
sorry, this is
Discord,
bad. This is
please.
really, really bad. I'm sorry.
think
No,
so?
you should absolutely be reaching out. The best thing you ever did was reach out to people and have receipts to show that you were reaching out long, long ago.
This
No,
stuff to be centric between Twitter and Twitch, where everything is sensationalized, everything is taken publicly very quickly. It's probably not the best idea to be getting. I don't know. I feel like it's a bad pool of people to be asking for advice from in terms of this stuff.
no,
because
sorry,
people are
this
so
is bad.
quick
This
to-
is really, really bad. I'm sorry.
think
No,
so?
you should absolutely be reaching out. The best thing you ever did was reach out to people and have receipts to show that you were reaching out long, long ago. That's honestly, Kat, I think that's
Well-
the only thing that's going to save you from like a wave of harassment right now. It's
well,
good
I'd
to reach
say
out to people.
it's good that she did that, but I have a feeling that it's difficult to know who the right people are to reach out to, especially when they've got platforms, and those platforms are big on sensationalizing, right? So
If those are the
Can I-
people around you, though, then like I don't whatever. I mean,
Yeah,
especially if they're
that's
familiar
fairly
with the
cool.
people involved.
Yeah, can I just say really quickly, or just ask really quickly? So was it Dylan's idea to do the stream, or was it your idea, or did it just kind of come up, in the course of the conversation?
I'm gonna say that it seems like I don't want to get anybody else in trouble with anything that has to do with me. I'm sorry. I'm not being evasive, but
You just have to say you don't feel comfortable answering the question.
yeah, I'll say that. I'm sorry. I'm not I'm not sidestepping you, and I just
So she can say she's not comfortable. You just gotta say that you're not comfortable after the question. Yeah, so yeah, I'll say that. Like, cause yeah, I don't want to get anyone. So you can answer the questions. So here she's saying he's saying for you just say that you're uncomfortable, and she says okay. Later on, when they were saying, so yeah, I'll say that. So you do know what comfort is, and you're willing to do it. You're willing to do it. Earlier when they were asking, when Prime Kai's asked, if I make you uncomfortable, say it. You weren't willing to do it. I'm not capable of my autism. Freak out of here.
yeah.
No, you don't have
but-
to explain yourself at all. Like you can just say I don't feel comfortable, and we'll move on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I once again? I don't think very many people are hung up on this part, but
It
can I
was
also
Dylan.
just say that a lot of people I see have been like, why so many long calls? And I think most people are like, who cares? That doesn't matter. But
What if I told y'all? Now I'm not gonna share this because I don't believe in leaking DMs. What if I told y'all that there was a plan for the stream, and the stream was supposed to not be Dylan, it was supposed to be Kat and someone else, and then Dylan decided to make it about himself and her being on the stream? What if they had plans for another person? Yeah, I got that.
I do just want to say that for the last 6 months or so, I've been really having a lot of mental health issues. So one of my methods of dealing with depression is to punish myself. So what I say is you are only allowed to have conversations with people that it's somewhat pertinent to work, because any types of other conversations with people is not productive, and thus you don't deserve to do that. So I haven't spoken to a bunch of my IRL friends for 6 months, because I'm like, well, you didn't finish your work, so you don't get to talk to your real friends. So one of the only people that I was talking to during that period of time would be Prime, because we would work on panels or talk about the topics for the next questions, because even if he wasn't paying me before, I was still helping him with putting together panels before I was getting paid to do it. So around that time, in March, I started going to a family therapy, but I didn't have any of my IRL friends to talk to. After family therapy, I would usually call Prime and cry for 2 hours because I'd be
Okay, this has to stop.
Yep.
This has to stop.
Yeah.
Yep.
oh, okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're
No,
fine. You're fine. You're fine.
absolutely.
Why do they keep saving her? Captain Save a grifter. That's OD. Wait, someone said no, you're being harassed?
Was told no, you're being harassed, and it's important that people know that it's not just you saying, oh, well, I'm busy. Like, no, I'm being harassed, and that's why I'm not working there anymore. As I said, I wanted it to just be, I quit, and I was told, no, you're being harassed, and it's important that people know that it's not just you saying, oh, well.
Well, it wasn't Samantha. It's never been important, bro. She's literally trying to make herself the victim. Thursdays, you got it? Harold, I'm going to show you a clip really quick. This is this chick, right? That's her? I think it's more important to show you the beginning. Let me get to this, and then we're going to show you just the contrast real quick.
We just don't want it to, be a spectacle. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're good. You're good. You're fine. It's been very enlightening talking to you, and I really hope you the best of luck.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I'll let you guys continue, and I'm gonna go check to see how's everything going with the hospital.
DM me, all right, and take care of yourself.
Okay.
This is going to be the content that we're going to see over Twitch for the next 3 days. This is not good.
Crime. I was allowing y'all to take the reins because it seemed like y'all had the best questions that needed to be asked. And I think that, Supreme, you have the personal relationship with Dylan, and I felt like you were the best person to keep asking the questions. So that's why basically...
That's a conflict of interest. That doesn't necessarily make me the
That's
best
exactly
person.
what it
well,
I
plus
was
the
just
questions that
satisfied
you were
that we
asking were pretty important, I think. So
some of them were, and then some of them I was just testing the waters to see if she would be honest with me, and she wasn't.
So
I think your call was very good, though, Supreme. I think that will definitely help.
Yeah,
because, I mean, that looks so suspicious in terms of drama, so that was good on you.
Wait, can I ask you? So something's really bothered me from the start of this. And I've told her, I feel like she's misrepresenting the relationship. And if they're having calls where she's crying for hours on end, that is not a totally professional relationship. I'm sorry. Like, that is not.
No, I think it's always been that they've been friends, though. I think that I don't think that's like a.
No, she's.
Oh, so if they've been friends, and it's not all been professional. What she said it was for her calls.
So their relationship was totally professional from the start, and then they were talking about stream shit, and the calls took long because he would divert from stream shit to hitting on her. Right? Not that she was calling for hours.
I gotta be honest. Listen, us speculating about this, I think this honestly just needs to stop all around. I really think we just need to bury this shit. I feel like we have the lessons that we have. I think
especially that Prime isn't like.
Oh no. You don't just bury things like this. This is where I have a problem, right? Again, I think it's as heinous for someone to create an accusation about somebody inappropriately as it is for the person that would have actually done the action. So, for instance, I think if a woman claims that a person raped them inappropriately, or creates a false accusation or something, I think that is just as vile as actual rape. Literally. And I think if someone fabricates, someone molested my child, I think that's just as bad as a person actually molesting a child. I think all of these things are absolutely disgusting, and I think that everyone's rush towards just going ahead and sweeping this under the rug I think is a problem. I think Dylan needs to answer to something, and that nigga's been reluctant as hell. You can look at our Twitter right now. There was a big back and forth. This nigga was very, very reluctant. I don't think I can say anything until I talk to him first. I don't know, bro. He did admit to it. So but I already apologized. I did apologize. What? Where, nigga? I did it. Did you look? Yes, I'm looking. Where is it? It was on so-and-so stream, or I did it on another place, and I did it on... where can I find it? Why is it not on your Twitter? The Twitlonger was on your Twitter. Why isn't this one on your Twitter? You deleted the original Twitlonger that you were retweeting about Kat, where she made her initial claim. You've walked that back, but now you're unwilling to... Bro, this is crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. So you're not going to sit here and now just be like, no, everything is fine. I'm just going to do my panel like everything is okay. It didn't matter that I just tried to torpedo a nigga stream talking about he collapsed faster than Afghanistan while I was doing a freaking a digital lynching of a nigga, bro. I'm not standing for it. I'm not checking for that. It's disgusting. And if all of y'all niggas let him get away with this, it's going to be just as egregious as when you idiots let Sock Done Left get away with it after he came out with all these egregious, and I mean egregious, overt racist texts in which he was literally belittling and dehumanizing black people, and he's literally apologizing with the biggest Kool-Aid grin, he literally just busted the fattest of nuts, and he's just sitting there smiling, yeah, I really did do some racist stuff, bro. It's kind of wild. Nigga, that was disgusting. And then it was just oh yeah, they outed me, but I've stopped doing this, and I'm sorry. Freak out of here, bro. And then everybody just moves on. He goes on about his life when he was literally racist. I'm not standing for that. You don't get to come with false accusations like this and then just go on like nothing ever freaking happened. Because if these accusations weren't false and there were already people there that were literally trying to cancel Prime, that were literally trying to torpedo this man's career, this is his livelihood. This is what he does for a freaking living. He put a lot of work and time into this. It takes a lot of energy, a lot of resource, a lot of time, a lot of sacrifice, and she's willing to throw all of that away so that she could go ahead and so that her new boyfriend would be able to absorb all the. Nigga, I'm not about it. This is absolutely disgusting, and I'm not standing for it. I think all of this is disgusting. And everybody who's willing to go ahead and still support people like that, I think you guys are just as disgusting. You guys are tangentially disgusting. I'm not about that. I'm not.
Like facing any sort of like major blowback.
No, but he is still. There are tons of people that are still attacking him over this and slandering the fuck out of him. This is. I'm sorry.
I don't know if anyone can do anything about it. Like
I think Dylan needs to.
Yeah, the genie is kind of out.
Way more
directly. Right. I think personally, I think you're right, and I'm going to reach out to Dylan in private and talk to him about this, which is how this needs to be handled.
I agree.
This is just such a chaotic environment.
Yes.
You can't handle a situation privately. Here's a really quick, simple lesson for y'all. Right? Your apology needs to be as loud as your offense. Really simple. Your apology needs to be as loud as your offense. It's that simple. You can't do something egregious, like overt and in the open, and then behind closed doors come back and be like, my bad, bro. I probably should have had your back there. It don't work like that. It don't work like that. You was loud as hell and aggressive as hell when it came to making this accusation and trying to torpedo this nigga's career, and you literally absolutely helped craft this thing. You chose the stream. You chose who would be on the stream. You chose what the title of the thing would be. You encouraged her to actually make this Twitlonger. You literally helped craft this. So then to go back now and be like, I kind of gotta wait. I do think it probably should be louder, to be honest with you. But you're not now can't be like, we'll see what's going on. Freak out of here. I'm not standing for that, bro. I'm not standing for that. Yeah, I'm on a campaign now, nigga. You better apologize, and I want that apology. I want you groveling, nigga. Yeah, after you tried to torpedo the nigga, you better be groveling. And even if he wasn't, this is why I don't think he really believed any of it. What sort of creep, psycho, nasty idiot decides to start making jokes and making humor out of someone being sexually harassed for months in a crazy power dynamic, as you claim? Who does that? Nah, get up out of here, bro. You don't deserve to be in this space. If you're gonna, unless you can walk that back. The same thing you said about Prime Case, the same thing you made. He said that about Prime Kai. What did he say? Hold on. Let me find it. Bro, he was trying to do it the whole time. So he tried to use mental illness as a way to delegitimize all this information, which has multiple witness DM proof, and he admitted to it, though. And he's trying to also discredit the testimony at the same time. Crazy. Let me see. Hold on, though. I will say that if he decides to go the route of... Oh, wait, no, that's not it. Hold on. Oh, nigga, there was a point where he had this Freudian slip. He made the statement. But again, I want to thank you for coming on this coming on here. He knew it was a show. He knew it was a presentation. That's my point, Kobe. And that nigga Dr. Heimdall, him and I had a conversation earlier, and I was trying my best to be civil, but y'all lost it a little bit. I've been trying to work on myself, but I couldn't. It was OD. It was so OD biased. I was being gaslit. Nigga was like, no, I don't think there's a difference in power dynamic. Oh, so you really think that the $250 that Prime was giving her a month is equivalent to that nigga literally living with her? Literally, she's living with this nigga and hasn't started paying rent yet? And I was like, and this nigga's like, his stream is way bigger than Prime's. I mean, is it really that much bigger? Really? Come on, bro. This is OD. He directly said it. I cornered that nigga into directly making a statement. Yes, I'm biased. Maybe that's why I can't say it. I'm biased. I was like, you're admitting you're biased? Okay. That nigga admitted it, bro. There's no denying it. Then he tried to frame it and throw Kurt under the bus too. I would also like to bring up the fact that Prime has said multiple times that he misses Kurt and that Kurt used to run things so well. Apparently, Prime really agreed with his way of doing things. I guess more than people thought. Really, at this point, there's not much more to say on this issue other than there's a few people who are being idiotic. Yeah, nah, he ain't getting no N-word pad. N-word pass, definitely racist. I love him, but he racist. He can't do it. Oh man, Destiny told that nigga, yo, this whole thing reeks of streamer competition. And Dylan's response was, you can have whatever theory you want, you can have assumptions you want, but you would need proof. You know who literally jumps at the idea of proof? Guilty niggas. Guilty niggas. A non-guilty nigga's gonna question, where are you even getting that from? Like, you know, like that's not true. Like da 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 da. A guilty nigga is like, well, you better be able to prove it, otherwise you can suck me dry. And that's that nigga's response every time. Yeah, you gotta have proof though. These are assumptions. You don't have proof. Where's the proof? How can you know? You don't know. Okay. Here's where Dylan made the statement. Unironically, if Prime does the whole, hey, I'm sorry, da 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 da, and he does the whole thing, I believe in people being reformative like he can, maybe then I'd associate with him. Then he later on says, it's not like you can be like, hey, have you stopped sexual harassment? It has to be a while with nothing coming out, like a while, and then you move forward with it. My nigga! You're literally dating the one who's supposed to have all the information. They're trying to throw Samantha Banana under the bus so hard, bro. It's OD. Oh my God. Let's go through this. Let's go through these Matty Cake nonsense. Bro, that's not real. Shout out to the real DGT niggas though. I used to go in his Discord all the time and just be debating niggas in their voice channel. It was good times, bro. Stop, Dev. Sure, maybe you did. Samantha, you have a microphone. We were supposed to talk earlier. We were going to be doing so off stream. Do you still want to come on and have this conversation now? Do you have the time? This is definitely 12 hours later. What time did we sit? It was actually, no, this is 15 hours later. We're supposed to talk at 10. There you go. Here, just join the waiting room. I'm gonna be as civil as I possibly can. Hey, Samantha, how you doing?
No, you don't have to be civil, man.
I want to be civil because I've always had a really good relationship with you up to this point, and I don't see any reason why that has to change right now. I just hope you'll be very honest in this conversation. I feel like you've always been really cool with me. We've always had great conversations. I've always respected you. You might come at me every now and then in the chat, but I feel like we've always had respect for one another. At least that's been my impression.
You've never given me any reason to not respect you.
Right, both ways. So now, I guess we got to really get in the mud here. But more so than getting in the mud, I would just like to hear, what's your opinion of everything that went down thus far as being a person that was on the inside? Can you give me maybe a TLDR version of your?
I will give you. So I will give you everything that I can, because I'm not gonna make anything that I can't put on paper no more.
I respect.
Like I told you earlier, you're on stream right now, so I'll call you. But like I said earlier, no. Anytime somebody wants a private call, motherfucker, I'm recording that shit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make them take a fucking survey at the end. I don't give a fuck.
100%. I respect all that.
So I will tell you right now what I can say that's receipt, with the exception of anything that may come out later, because there's some things that's not mine to do.
Sure.
So one, I feel fuck, it's this channel. I feel retarded as fuck, man. I'm gonna be real with you. You know me. I'm not the nice type, right? I'm nice when it comes down to it. I will help a motherfucker. But I don't fuck with very many people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm cordial with people, but my circle's small for a fucking reason. I'm not good with dealing with people's emotional bullshit. You know, I'm not good with dealing with my emotional bullshit. So when I got these messages from Kat, and I'm like, okay, everybody that I told who has stated on streams like Eris and Doobie and everybody, the second that phone call was done, when she said it's Prime doing this, this, and this, right? The second I got off that call, the first thing I did was like, Doobie, Eris, like my circle, what the fuck do I do? I don't want this shit. I don't like this shit. And you know, I didn't know how to handle it. And I'm gonna say right now, like, cause like I said, I have no problem owning up to my mistakes. I tell people to do that shit all the time. Have some fucking integrity. Have some goddamn personal courage to do what's right, even when no one's looking. Everybody was looking. I don't care. I was the first motherfucker. I'll bite the bullet. I don't care if I said I did this, this, and this. If I don't have proof, that's a fucking lie in the world's eyes. If I don't have to, I can't. If I can't prove it, I can't prove it. If I can't prove it in this context, with it being in front of this many eyeballs, it's a lie. It's as good as a lie.
Well, hold on really quickly. There are some questions. When you were in that group of people and you guys were discussing things and you were having these conversations with Prime Guys, did you ever feel like maybe it might have been a good idea to record any of those interactions? Did no one ever in you guys' circle ever suggest recording any of those conversations?
No, because at that point in time, I think that like that at that point in time, I thought that would have been like creepy behavior. My opinion after this now has definitely changed. Like it for me, it's really weird. Like when what I'm saying, like when Kat called me initially, I didn't think, hey, I should record this.
No, of course
like
not.
these aren't
No,
things. Yeah, but like these aren't things.
Hold on, wait. But there's a huge amount of middle, or there's a whole different scenario in like just the initial conversation where you feel like you might want to record it. But there's a total different thing now when it's like I need to have a conversation with someone who's literally sexually harassing somebody, and it seems like they're going to hide and cover it up. But you had to have multiple conversations, and now there's a war room where there's verbal conversations happening in those scenarios. And at this point, when the war room was started, it sounded like from your first conversation that you were very much in favor, or that you were very much against the war room, and you felt it was a really big problematic thing just to even name it a war room in the first place. You felt the response was 100% wrong. You 100% had already been 100% done with Prime Cod. You felt like you wanted to move on, and despite all of this, you knew he was having private conversations to how to address the situation, and didn't feel compelled, or the thought process of recording that never crossed your mind.
So here's where I was. Like I felt like we constantly hear, and this is stupid on my part, and this was a lesson I learned, was believe the woman, believe the woman, believe the woman. And I fucking tried to do that, and I tried to do the right thing, and just like, I'm gonna support this person who feels this way. Yet I was fucking stupid because I didn't know her. I didn't know her. Like I've known Prime for like a long time at that point. I didn't know her, and I would have had no problem. This wasn't like a legal thing. Like this wasn't like it. Like what she had told me at that point in time isn't like she could, like Prime could go to jail for this shit, or we need to call like the police or some shit. Like I could have just said, hey Prime, someone's saying this. Have you talked like this to anybody? No. Who was it? Hey, it's this. Right off the bat, if I did it the second I fucking found out about this shit, the screenshots that I sent him from NCC's chat, I could have said, hey, this is going on. She's saying it's about you. And he could have just let me know what's going on. And I fucking failed to do that.
Right. But I hear this, but
I was just trying to be supportive of someone who felt sexually harassed.
I get you, but what you're saying has nothing to do with the questions that I was asking you. Because what I'm
maybe I'm not understanding.
It's okay.
Maybe I'm like legit fucking retarded. It's been a long couple of days, man.
No, I get it, and it's fine. Like, 'cause I get it. These are complex situations. Stress is high, and I can imagine there's probably a lot of emotional investment, and we all know how much emotions cloud logic. So the idea is, what I'm saying specifically is, like, yes, because of the fact that you were believing her, and at this point when things have gotten blown up to the point that there's literally war rooms, and you feel like there might be even factions, and there's all of these things happening, why did you not feel the need to when there was a war room? Why did did the thought
Oh, the
ever
war
occur
room,
to
the war
you
room.
to
Okay, so
impose
I didn't
those
know there
interactions?
was all the war room. Okay, so I didn't know there was all these like factions that Destiny was bringing up. I'm like not aware of all these fucking this conspiracy shit. It sounds like some.
Samantha, wait.
No. I'm not aware of this. Like, no, I'm not delving into the conspiracy shit because that's the shit from politically provoked because I got fucking Nazi Barbie server taken down. I don't give a fuck. That's irrelevant to this.
Okay, wait,
The war
no.
room. If you
But
want to
did you
go into
not
the
know that Dylan
Katarana,
and Prime were in some sort of? You didn't recognize that there was like a difference when the Aiko situation came, and I don't even like saying her name. When that situation was happening, you weren't aware that there was like Danabo and all these other people that are literally talking about like canceling Prime, like in response to the Kurt situation, and that there weren't like factions there. You had
it was
no
not.
idea.
No, I at that point in time, I did not know that was going on at that point in time. That's before I was working for Prime. At that point in time, I was just a dumbass running from panel to panel.
Sure, and while you were in those panels, you had no information about the idea that like Aiko wanted to cancel Prime's panel.
Well, I knew that Aiko was trying to like fuck with Prime, but I didn't know like there was these like secret chats with them and like all these people. Like I wasn't aware of that kind of shit at the time.
Screw the secret chats. I think they had really vocally made it clear that they didn't want to.
Well, no, I know, yeah, but I'm like saying like, yeah, I was aware that Aiko was like saying on her stream, Danabo 2, I think NCC at one point, the Catherine Dominates person 2, and some other people.
Okay.
Now the thing that bothered me about the Katarana war room, right, is so like I'm sitting here for months under the impression because I didn't fucking get didn't have the balls to just fucking clarify with Prime. I was under the impression that Kat was sexually harassed. So the message I got from her led me to believe that things were worse than they really were. I never got screenshots. She never sent me screenshots. Okay. And every time like there was a question that I had a question, she would just call me. Okay.
So
I never got screenshots. She never sent me
verbally
screenshots.
Tell you all these accusations. Okay.
Yeah. And I never got screenshots. I never thought to ask for screenshots. I was just trying to be supportive and believe somebody. Like my intentions with Kat were good, right?
I think that's a
like,
good thing. I think you should absolutely support in those scenarios. I totally would myself.
No, yeah, but there's a point where you show support for this, but you also fuck over somebody else and leave them in the dust, and not try to get clarification from somebody who's actually your friend. Kat wasn't my friend, right? Kat was just somebody in the community.
Sure, but I don't think friendship
Prime
matters.
Prime was my friend. So, but at the
You
time, like
support,
I see. Yeah, I see Katarana war room, and I'm going like, what? They're going to go to war with someone because they feel she's sexually harassed. Now, if you look at the bottom of the war room, the full leaked thing, right? Prime even says like, Samantha, you're probably right. This was an overreaction, right? And it was like it probably should have been the Dylan war room. Let's be real. But to me, seeing it named the Katarana war room. And me going like, well, Katarana's feeling like she's sexually harassed, and like that seemed kind of gross to me. Like I just, why would you go to war with somebody because they feel like sexually harassed or sexually abused and just told you they feel sexually abused by you? Like that kind of throws red flags in my head. And the fact that it was named that just kind of like that irked me to the point like it made me mad. And rather than just talk to Prime about like, hey, why is it like this or what's going on, I started memeing in the fucking war room, and then I was like, and then.
I got you. Let me ask you this. At the point when he was doing that, when he made the war room, prior to him making the war room thing, did you still consider him to be a friend?
Yeah.
Okay. That's really cool.
No, I can say that. I mean, I've recently done things for Prime. Like, I had no problem. I sent him a video card free of charge to hopefully upgrade his screen to 1080p and get his camera not to look like it's on a fucking potato phone. But like, I had no problem.
Okay.
Like I think before that, like I considered him a friend, but like in the back of my head because of the stuff with Kat, right? Like maybe like there was like some disappointment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like my friend, he's my friend, but he like in my head with what Kat was telling me, right? I'm like, dude, he did some dumb shit, man.
Yeah. So here's the thing, okay? In that conversation with Dylan, you literally said these words, and I'm going to quote it directly, right? You said you had already knew, and you said let me see. You said you were really upset because he wanted, I'm going to quote it. And at that same time, At the same time, he wanted me to go against you, and I think it's unfair to make me choose sides against two people that I had worked for, one of whom I respect, the other whom is a effing sex pest. I think that's crap. When you later on say, I still continue to produce Amazon Lily for a couple of months after that, because me and Kat wanted to wait until she was comfortable or until something, and I don't know if he did, and I didn't know if he did that to other women. So, like, in these cases, it seems like when you were in that conversation with Dylan, you made it very clear you did not respect him. You did not want to work with him anymore. You only stayed on the show because Kat was still on the show. You did not consider him a friend. You considered him a sexual harasser. You said all of those things to Dylan in the conversation on the 18th yesterday.
True. I did say those things.
Were you lying to Dylan or were you lying to me? Because just now you said you still considered him a friend all the way until the war.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not going to say that I was lying to you. I'm going to say like that Prime was a friend, and that's if Prime wasn't a friend. I'll be real with you. If Prime wasn't a friend, I wouldn't have cared about writing that apology, and starting an attempt at making amends for any damage that from viewers he may have lost by donating 100 subs last night. Okay, that this was a start. No. It doesn't have to be appreciated. I don't want sympathy for this shit. Like this was me fucking taking accountability for my fuck up.
Okay.
That's all this is. If Prime wasn't a friend, people know how I am, right? With people, I don't give a fuck. I'll burn a bridge, right? If Prime wasn't my friend, I wouldn't have cared to write an apology. Not at all.
Okay.
I didn't, and you know what? I'm gonna fucking. Ooh, this is gonna be fucking mean, but I'm gonna fucking. I didn't even in my apology. I didn't go down the this is gonna be fucked up to say, but I'm gonna be real with it. Like even in my apology, right? I did not sit there and use like my autism, right? And I've talked about that on stream many times. I didn't use my autism like some fucking crutch. Like I didn't pick up on social cues. Like I missed something. I stuck to the fact that it was just a fuck up. I fucked up. I didn't try to be a cop out. Okay. I went down the path like, hey, if I don't have proof of it, consider it a lie. Because, I'm not going to sit here and try to fucking make shit up. I'm not going to sit here and try to point other fingers. I didn't know other people were going to apologize. I didn't care if they did or not. My point was like, I fucking, after that stream, after that circus, because that's not what it was supposed to be. I was supposed to be talking to Kat. It was misrepresenting to me what Dylan was fucking doing. And I show up and it's fucking the stupid goddamn circus put on.
Okay. So
what the fuck was that? But like my apology, if I didn't, back to the original point, sorry, like if I didn't consider Prime a friend, I wouldn't have cared to make an apology because I don't care about my fucking, how I look. Okay. People hate me for a lot more than this.
Sure.
And I don't care.
Okay, but when you say that it was supposed to be something else, what made you believe that it was supposed to be something other than what the stream?
Because that's what I was told. That's what I was told, but by Kat Dillon. But here's the thing, I've got a call, but I don't have proof of that.
It's fine.
So this is fun for me.
It's okay. It's all right. It's 100% fine. But can you explain from your work, even though we understand you don't have like video evidence? According to you, what exactly did they tell you? What was stated in that phone call regarding the intention of that stream?
Most of it was telling me what they were doing with this tweet thing, and they were asking me what Prime said in the call. Most of it was them asking me what Prime said in the call, and then they were talking about me coming on with Kat.
And he told you specifically that you and Kat would be the face of that stream?
Yeah, it would be me, like me and Kat going over what me and Kat had, right?
Do you remember his words verbatim, or really not? Maybe not verbatim, but
not verbatim. It was like, hey, would you mind going on with Kat and having a discussion about what she had talked to you about?
Okay. Well, they did bring you on to do that, right?
It wasn't a talk with Kat. Dude, I felt like it was like. It was so awkward. It's like Dylan asking me shit and then turning around and asking Katarana shit rather than just letting me talk to Katarana. Like, why was it like I was under the impression he wasn't even being involved in this shit.
Wow. Do you remember anything that was said that would have made you feel under that impression that Dylan wasn't going to be involved?
That I would be having a discussion with Kat about what Kat had gone over with me. and that was that.
Okay.
I didn't know it was gonna be some circus and subathon and all this other shit.
I hear that. Okay, so let me ask you this really quickly. Uh, in the situation with Kat, what are your opinions and feelings towards Katarana now? Do you feel like she was malicious at all with her coming forward?
Wait, say that again.
What are your thoughts towards Katarana now? Do you feel she was malicious at all in her way of coming forward, or do you? Feel...
I don't know, and it like this is just based off my feelings, but I think that I don't know. I feel like I was kind of manipulated. Feel like I was led to on to be, or I was led to believe that things were worse than they really were. And I don't know if, because I'd like to think I'm a better judge of character than I'd like to think that like I'm not gonna let people like walk on me. I'm so for a reason.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
And I'd like to think that I wasn't manipulated, but like at the same time, like I feel like I really was, and I feel like I was.
Oh, you're breaking up quite a bit.
Oh, it wasn't me that dropped. Okay.
Okay. All right, we're good now. Okay, so here's the deal. It seems like okay, so if you were manipulated and all of that, what in your opinion, what gave them the impression that you had spoken to Prime?
What was that?
What gave them the impression that you had spoken to Prime and specifically told him to stop doing his action, or that Katarana wanted him to stop doing the actions? Did you tell them that?
Oh, I'll flat out before this even started, like one of the things when they were asking me for stuff, right? I actually told them both that they have more evidence on this than I do, because all I had was like my discussions with Katarana. And I said, like, you guys have access to like Katarana's messages with Prime, like they have more than I do. I said, you have everything I have. And then, like I have a screenshot where I told Dylan was like, is there a log of the call? I'm like, no. Well, there's this. I'm like, it probably was in a VC, but I don't have a log. Like I can't see, like there's no logs of like who was in a VC at what time. And obviously like you can't see what was discussed in a voice call because I don't fucking record voice calls. But like, yeah, so that's why I was like, when all this came out, like I was just like, fuck this. In the middle of the stream with Dylan, I mean, I have messages to Dylan where I was like, fuck you, fuck Hans, fuck everybody. This was not what it was supposed to be. Fuck all y'all. I quit.
Okay, but when Dylan was having the conversation with Destiny, he was obviously looking for like he was waiting for you to provide some sort of log or something.
Which I had already told him that I don't have. He had known that.
Do you have a screenshot of you saying to him directly, I don't have these?
I think there's one more. Hold on.
What?
Did you get those?
Yeah, I did, but no. Dylan was waiting on something specific. Do you remember what that thing was? He was waiting on something specific, and you were going to go get it.
He wanted a call log.
Nope.
I told him I don't have a call log.
Destiny was asking specifically. He was like, "Wait a minute. All we need is some proof that all we need is some proof that Prime Kais was told specifically to stop. All we need is any proof that he was told specifically to stop, ever." And Dylan was saying, "I will get that proof from Samantha." Do you remember that?
Was I on there saying I will get that proof?
You were not, but he said he was texting you and asking you if you had that proof. Did he?
He was told no.
That's what I'm asking you. Can you show me the screenshot of you saying no to that?
Yeah, that's in one of those 3 screenshots I sent you.
I see only 2 screenshots.
I thought I sent. No, there
I'm
should
sorry.
be 3.
I'm sorry. Yes. Wait.
So the second screenshot that you got.
Is there a record of a call happening?
Yeah.
He was supposed to be asking you specifically, is there evidence of you telling Prime Kais to stop?
I didn't get any message.
To that degree, in any way?
Let me check real quick. Damn. Yeah, that doesn't. No.
Okay.
Hold on, I opened another program accidentally.
So just to be really clear, crystal clear here, did you tell Prime Kais to stop harassing Katarana in any way?
Like Dubin never said, like, I remember having that, but I have no proof of that. So, like I said, if there's no proof, it didn't happen.
I don't like operating in that way because I think it Samantha, when you start saying things, when people are trying to ask for evidence, the truth is always the thing that's going to set you free. If you get into a position where it's
this is the same thing I told. No, this is the same thing I told Doobie. This is the same thing Doobie went over in that call earlier.
I know you said that. I'm explaining to you why this is in error. Okay.
And it's not going to change my point.
I get that.
So it doesn't matter you talking. It doesn't matter what you're talking about. Like I said,
I get
that's already what's out there. That's what you got.
I understand that. I'm explaining to you why this is problematic moving forward. Okay. If you would let me finish this point, I don't feel like I've been very aggressive. I let you speak copious amounts of time now, right? I feel like we've been decent thus far. Have I been pretty cordial to you? Thank you. I'll appreciate if you return that. Now, the idea becomes, if you're making a statement, anytime you start making false statements where we're trying to establish the truth of a situation, it's one thing to say, this is what happened, this is genuinely what I believe happened, but I don't have any answers, but I don't have evidence of that, and that's fine. Sometimes consistency or the corroboration or sometimes making the statement in and of itself is enough, because now that puts the pressure on Dylan to either prove that it didn't happen or it did. You can do that. But if you start making statements like, nope, it didn't happen just because I don't have proof, then now if there is any evidence that the other person has or something else, then now it makes you out to be a liar. And then you become a very incredible witness. So I get the idea of I don't want to make claims, or I don't want to hold on, or I don't want to fixate on a claim that I can't prove. That's fine. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't, if someone's asking you to be honest from the best of your ability, that you can't do so. We do it in the court of law all the time. Or can you recall the events as they occurred? That's all I'm asking you here. If you have proof, it's great. But all I'm asking you for is just admission out of your own mouth if something happened. Do you think that's unreasonable?
I didn't say that was unreasonable.
Okay. Just making sure that we're like on the same page moving forward. That's all. Okay, so you do feel that you told Prime to stop. Did you? So she says, Katarana says that she asked you multiple times, did you have the conversation with Prime Kais? And you never responded. She said she asked you in your text messages or in your DMs, did you ever do that? And that you never responded. Is that true, or to your recollection? Do you recall her ever asking you that through text?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. I guess that's why it wouldn't go answered. So she had you speak to Prime Kais, but then she never asked you if you spoke to him, and you never told her that you spoke to him.
We didn't like even in the DMs leaked. Like it's in there. She had full access. She leaked our DMs.
Did she leak? She leaked the entirety of every DM you guys ever shared?
No, because most of them were just like, "Hey, can you find a panelist? Hey, can you do this? Hey, can you find this panelist? Hey, we're looking for this panelist."
Okay. So
you guys would have had like 140 screens of like I'm looking for a lefty or I'm looking for a conservative.
Right. Got you. But I'm just thinking maybe there's possibility for maybe like one of them that just wasn't shared or something. It seemed like there was like a paucity of the total amount of things was there. So then I'm just trying to see if maybe there's a potential for any of these other things. So I'm just asking you, but it's fine. So to your recollection, she never ever asked you. Do you think it's a little strange that she would like ask you to do something, I guess that's just important, where you need to like pretty much covertly like sort of subtly hint towards like Prime Kais that like something he's doing is inappropriate, but she never thought to follow up with you about
I didn't like it at the get-go. Yeah, I didn't like it at the get-go.
You didn't like
she didn't want me to like say anything, but she wanted me to say something.
Sure, I think that's absolutely awful. I think that's a terrible thing to do. Did you push back towards her in any capacity to be maybe the direct approach might be a better solution here?
I didn't push back. Honestly, I didn't push back. I like no. Like I don't.
Yeah,
think...
no, because if you think someone's a victim, I can understand why you wouldn't.
Yeah, I didn't want like in my head. I'm going, yeah. If I start saying no, like show me shit, like picture didn't happen type. I didn't want to be like that motherfucker.
I mean,
I know, but I'm saying like push back on anything. Like hey, I should be direct. I should be. I didn't want to push back on the initial thing. It's like I didn't want to be like I didn't want to pressure her. I didn't know what exactly happened at that point in time. All I got like was a short little like a 10-minute phone call type thing saying it was Prime, and like not much else. And that's there in the records. I didn't really get shit at that point in time, other than like it's this, and I don't want you to tell. I don't want it to be me. I don't want you to tell Prime, and like it was weird.
Did you ever?
It's a fucking weird position to be in.
Absolutely. I had a best friend, and he used to tell me when someone would talk trash about me, and then tell me, but don't tell them I told you that. Just go subtly pick a fight with them. So now I'm like bumping into these niggas, like shoulder bumping these niggas in school, or talking trash to them, hoping they could speak something so I can go ahead and give them this fire because I'm pissed off. It's like finally I said, no, wait. If I can't directly confront something, don't tell me. Because it just puts me in an uncomfortable situation of trying to now be the aggressor in a situation so I can create a confrontation to deal with a problem that I shouldn't be aware of because I can't deal with it. If it's important enough for you that I can't act to maintain a relationship with this person who's disrespecting me, then it's probably in my best interest not to know this information, because then otherwise I'm going to start actually resenting you for it. So I understand. The subtlety of trying to create a confrontation is literally the worst thing ever. I refuse to do that in any capacity at this point. So I understand why that would be an awkward position. Were Doobie or the other people that you were bringing this information to, were they aware of your intention to speak to Prime? Were they under the belief that you had spoken to Prime?
Yeah, I don't like they said, like they had said, like we're in depression, but
But I'm sorry, I missed that. They said what? What?
No, like they had said, like I had talked to them, like, I had pretty sure I told them, because every time I got an update on everything, I told them, and that was months later after the initial thing, or a month later.
So you told them she wants me to talk to him without being direct?
Yeah. No, they knew.
What was their opinion about you doing it in an indirect way? Did they want to follow up with you ever to ask you, hey, did this actually happen?
No. And why I was so damn sure that I did it is because from that date, the May 28th on, I heard nothing from Kat, nothing outside of just the boring work shit. And I scrubbed over our private messages, and like after like, hey, go ahead, talk to him. Nothing about Prime. And if it was still happening, pretty sure she would have said something. but I had nothing from her
Let me ask
about
you
Prime
this.
since.
From May 28th until to date, how long do you
Nothing.
think it would take you to check those text messages to see how many times you spoke to her? I'm not asking for a finite number now. I'm just asking you how, at the roughest of estimates, how many messages did you send between the two of you guys from May 28th until to date? An extremely rough estimate. To the nearest 500.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just looking.
Okay.
Do. May 28th. About 100, but from May 28th to here's where it's gonna get real fun. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Yeah, actually, really didn't have that much until. Yeah, no, maybe about about 100, and that's including like me messaging her and her messaging me back, and most of it's about like Amazon Lily or me mocking Britney and politically provoked and like just little shit.
I like that. Let me ask you this. Did you guys communicate through any other text messages? Like, did she DM you on
No.
Twitter? DM you
Nope.
literally nothing?
Nope.
Okay, Samantha, I'm asking a huge favor of you at this point. Do you think you can look through those 100 messages right now and tell me if ever she ever asked you how the conversation went with Prime? I have 100 messages with someone. Let me see how long that would take. How realistic that is. It's 50. You can just double that length.
Wait, where is this? I actually had one. She asked me. Hold on. I get this. She asked me August 17th.
What did she ask you on August 17th?
3 days ago.
What did she ask you on August 17th?
I think this is. I'm gonna post a larger thing to put it in context of where it was at.
Okay.
Off of things that people already have.
Sure.
I can't do that yet. Oh, you should be near the top of my messages.
Wait, this message is her saying, "What did Prime say when you told him to chill out with me?"
Yeah, I'm getting the.
That was a response. This is her like re-asking this, right?
Yeah, re-asking, but that's from August. That's from the day I think they streamed. Was that the day they streamed?
Sure. So you should be able to search your messages for the word "chill," and it'll find when that original message came that she asked, right?
Okay. That's also. Hold on. I'm gonna show you this too. This threw me off now.
Wait.
Check the date. No, check the date on this. It's the same day.
There's no way.
Yeah. No, like I'm dead. I put that's from the search bar. So that's the date it was. So she's asking me to cover what she asked me earlier that day that I apparently didn't see. But that's still from the 17th.
This seems almost made up, Samantha. I don't believe you're lying. You're
Yeah,
literally showing
yeah.
me the picture. This is crazy. So on the 17th, the day that she's actually going to release the Twitlonger, she asks you then, what
Yeah.
did Prime say when you told him to chill out with me on 8/17/2021? And then now in these conversations, she's saying, I'd asked her what she said. I'd asked her like what the conversation, but I never got a response. But the time she's talking about is from yesterday, from the 17th? Can I show this picture? If you say no, I'm totally fine with
What?
not.
Okay, 1 second. Can you mute?
Yeah, 1 second. Okay, so what it seems to me like is, Samantha, basically, okay, it seems to me like basically she literally lied then, because she made the statement, she told you back in May, then she like checked up to try to follow up to see how the conversation went. went, which she literally never did until the 17th of August. That sounds absolutely insane. That's why this whole situation seems absolutely absurd. The inconsistencies are just really problematic. I will say this to you, though, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, Samantha. To me, it really does seem inconsistent. Like, on your end, when you say, like, I believe Prime was a friend, I still considered him a friend, and blah, 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 blah. But then to Dylan, you say directly, I didn't consider him a friend. I wanted to, like, I thought he was a POS, and, like, I wanted nothing to do with him, but I said I would only stay there to protect Kat. So as long as she was involved, I would be involved, but I did not want to work with them anymore, and I only continue to produce for these reasons. You get why those two things seem really, really contradictory.
True, and I understand that, and that's why I said, like, in the end, you know, I'm not over here, you know, trying to make amends with Dylan or anybody else. My only apology was to one person, and that's the only person that deserved it. Like, and that was Prime, because I let somebody that I did consider a friend down, and that was fucked up, and I dropped the ball.
Okay. I
And
respect that.
that's on me. And, you know, like I said, like, I didn't expect anybody else to apologize. I didn't care if they did or not. That was on me. I owned up to it. You know, I literally said I'll take the fucking full brunt of the force. Fuck it, put it all on me. It don't matter. I gave up producing to show in good faith that it wasn't about, like, trying to gain a platform or get, you know, I don't gain anything from this. I'm not a streamer.
Yeah.
You know, so this wasn't for clout, for streamer, for views. I'm not out here trying to get views. Okay, I'm not a streamer. You can't even subscribe to me. Like, I don't give a fuck. This was my apology because I hurt a friend, somebody that I actually cared about. You know, even though I had some things in the back of my head that I heard from somebody that I had disappointments in and a little bit of doubt, but in the end, I did and do consider Prime a friend. I know he's pissed at me, but, you know, I can only start to do what I got to do to make amends, whatever that takes. Which is why I started with what I did yesterday, and you know, as a show of good faith and a start, because I was asked big time.
Yep, I respect all of that. I'm just moving forward. I get the idea of making sure that there's always witness, that you have evidence and all that stuff, and I think that's really important. But I think it's also incredibly important that you share your story exactly to the best of your ability. Try to be as consistent and honest as possible. And if you're honest, then typically there will be no reason to lie. There will be no contradictions in your story. It'll make you more credible, and it'll actually help people get to the truth faster. The honesty is really the most important factor. The honesty and transparency. With that being said, I do appreciate you for coming on.
Hey, no problem. I'm sorry for sleeping today. It's been a long couple days.
It's all good.
I appreciate you for being cordial with me. I didn't want to sit there. I haven't been on any panels or talking to nobody. I'm not trying to let everybody profit off of this drama that hurt one of my friends.
I respect that.
However, like you, I know are friends with Prime. Yep. You, I consider kind of like friendly or cordial, at least in this space.
We always have.
And I respect you and the way you came at me today. Knowing, even after I said, "Hey, I don't want to talk to you on a private call," I think you understand that I'm a little bit more cautious about that now. I learned 100%, a lesson.
100%.
And I can say that I feel really bad because now, and this is so fucked up. What's the most fucked up thing about this situation for me in my life? How it affect me is, like, one, I fucked up a friend. And, you know, and I ate some fucking humble pie for that, and I'll be eating that for a while. But what sucks now is because of the situation and because I was misled and led to think that things were worse than they really were. I fucking, this sucks to say this, but I swear to God, anybody in my life ever has a problem like this where they're being actually sexually harassed, I'm going to have doubt. That's how I feel right now. I feel like so fucked up that I'm gonna have to be like, hey, is there proof? Is there, what do you have? Like,
no,
is it?
No.
I'm gonna have to be so cautious. That's how I feel right now. That's how I feel. I'm like this.
I hear you. I think what you.
I mean,
really
it'll probably go
do,
away with time, but like, you know, right now I'm just kind of like, fuck, this is fucked up.
You should talk to someone, Because I think one of the most important things you can do, I think it's really, really difficult for people to come forward with the allegations of like sexual assault. And
No,
things
true.
Like that, because oftentimes people aren't believed. So I think the whole idea that I've always heard that I think really makes the most sense is trust but verify. I think no matter what, if a person comes to you with some sort of claim like that, the biggest thing that you can do is to be an ally.
I think
Now,
that's
I
what
don't
I
think
mean.
you-
I think that's what I
okay.
mean. Instead of doubt is trust but verify. Like I really want to make
Sure.
sure that we're doing the right thing here. Because I
Everyone
thought I was
should do
doing the
that.
right. I thought I was doing the right thing by supporting Cat.
Yeah.
But I
For sure.
supported Cat. I supported Cat blindly.
Yeah, and I think people try to cancel people and torpedo careers blindly too. So I think this happens on both ends, and I think the lesson that you're learning now, the trust but verify, is I think the exact same lesson that the rest of the Twitter spirit.
It's a fucking tough lesson. It's a
For
tough
sure.
lesson to learn.
For sure.
So learn off my expense. Don't do it. Okay.
I respect that.
And have some. When you have friends, man, give them the benefit of the doubt and just be direct.
Absolutely.
But thank you
Communication
for
is
being
important.
cordial with me. Thank you for being chill about this. I know it's a fucked up situation,
Yep.
and
Thanks for doing your
it's a
part.
fucked up
for
situation
sharing.
for everybody. All right, later.
Peace out. Okay, listen, stream. I gotta go. I wanna look into some things real quick. Dang man, this is really, really insane. There needs to be ramifications for someone handling the situation so poorly when there's so much obvious motivation there. Tomorrow, I will go through a total different aspect because literally every single time anyone said anything, you could see this nigga Dylan chomping at the bit like, who? Is it me? There's one specific part that I think I should just show you guys. One specific part. You can see him literally begging to tell his version of the story because there's this obvious elephant in the room that it looks like you had a motivation to create this problem, and he really like dang near forces Destiny to say it out loud, and then after he finally says it, he's like, no, like when did it? It's wild, bro. I'm gonna find it. 1 second. Did I lose a bunch of the video? I mean, of what I had written? Because it was literally color coded. I should go pink, blue, pink. Oh, that way I'm tripping. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys something really quickly. Okay, let me do this, because this is the part that made me feel like, yo, man, like you're clearly involved here. Like you really want to share that you're involved. Or you really want to defend this, because any sane person would look at this situation and say, man, yeah, like there's all of the reasons to be completely suspicious of you. Like anyone that's not suspicious of, like, obviously the motive here, like the competition, anyone that's saying that they really can't see that is just completely brain dead, and they should probably should, not be in this space and should sit back and let the adults talk. But here we are, 209:33. Wait, we'll start at 208. Okay. 208:20. Watch this.
Why would that matter anyway?
Because there's like 27 different conflicts of interest here.
27 different. Wait. Conflicts of interest is one thing. Like if Russia Today published a piece like, here's evidence that the CIA like slaughtered like a bunch of people, and then like there's like, here's all this evidence, here's witness testimony, all this. You can be like, well, Russia Today, I mean, they have conflicts of interest, but at the end of the day, if the evidence is clear, the evidence is clear.
But the problem is there's no evidence, Dylan. I don't have.
Wait, how many witnesses would I need to bring in of him admitting this for that to like be good? Because I can get another one on top of Samantha.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's too far.
The problem is that, first of all, Samantha also is highly motivated.
Hold on.
And then boom, we torpedo the Prime show. We're friends with Dylan. Wait, do you guys have like a romantic relationship or anything? Is that?
At the moment, no.
Wait, what does that mean?
I mean, maybe it'll become romantic later. What does that mean? What do you mean?
Wait. Okay. Hold on. Okay, we'll put all that aside. Okay.
Wait. Why would that matter anyway?
Because there's like 27 different conflicts of interest here.
This is so disingenuous. You literally don't understand why you being the streamer, literally being in competition with Prime Kai's, his ex-producer now being with you, like, you really can't fathom why there would be a conflict of interest here, and you literally not lied? You literally lied? Come on.
It's not like an actual dog, like you tried to make me when somebody asked for cute pets, by the way, which was dehumanizing me as a non-binary person. No, I'm just kidding. Really flirtatious, and for you to come out and drop this type of nuke to try to destroy like his whole fucking career and shit. Yeah.
Why? Well, can I ask you, like, legitimately, like, motivation-wise, what would be my motivation behind?
He very much wants to exonerate himself, right? Like, that's what he wants. So he's doing he's literally begging. Like, wait, I want to say, like, no, why? Like, why? Why? He's always asking that. Because he already knows that the guilt is there. Watch. He keeps going.
Behind destroying his show. Genuinely.
Okay.
The idea is they have a panel show, right? That's the idea.
I mean, I'm not gonna. I mean.
Oh, so you do know? You didn't have to ask. The idea that he has a panel show, right? You know why?
This type of nuke to try to destroy like his whole fucking career and shit. Yeah.
Why? Well, can I ask you, like, legitimately, like, motivation-wise, what would be my motivation behind destroying his show? Genuinely.
Okay.
The idea is they have a panel show, right? That's the idea.
I mean, I'm not.
So you're asking this question, like, why would I do that? First you ask, what's the motivation? Da-da-da-da-da. Then it's like, well, I mean, like, dude, you're literally trying to destroy. Why would I want to do that? Like, what's the reasoning behind that? And it's like, the answer is obvious. Oh, because it's a panel show? Bro, you're literally volunteering the information. And this whole time, when it was Samantha, when it was like, when it was Kat earlier, when it's Destiny earlier, he's always just like, what, like, does he have any suspicions? Does he have any suspicions? Does he believe, like, who does he believe? Why? He keeps doing it because you know it's you.
I'm not gonna. I mean, this is very obvious. It's almost.
Well, no. Tell me it. Say it if it's obvious. You peel the comments.
Well, the obvious thing is you're knocking. Well.
No, if it's obvious, say it. Tell me it. You can tell he's excited for Destiny to say it, so then that gives him the excuse to say his piece. Watch.
Does Samantha still do shows for Prime K's or no?
She did, but not anymore.
Oh shit, I would have to spitball. I really don't know. I'd have to think about this. So like, if I had to guess, so Samantha's trying to work more behind the scenes. She's not working with Prime K's as much. Samantha is like super. I don't know how much people see behind the scenes, but so Samantha's been trying to like consolidate power from like all of the different like panel shows and be the producer and everything, which I respect. I respect her hustle. She's even like modding for Lauren Southern and shit, which I thought was really funny. I respect the hustle. She's got that Twitch politics chat growing on Discord. I respect the hustle. So she's no longer working with Prime K's. I think she works with you, right?
I respect the hustle.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah. So she has the ability to jump ship, come with you, bring over Katarina for Prime shows. She's not working with Prime, so she has a huge incentive to nuke Prime shows. Katarina, not really friends with him and works with you. She has an incentive to see Prime show go. You host a competing panel show. You have an incentive to see Prime show, and potentially a future relationship with Katarina, and she does like Prime. So you have another like motivation there. There's like all this motivation.
Okay, so can I address these
like,
things one at a time? All of this,
yeah,
of course. A lot of it's speculation about motivations, this or that or that. There's nothing hard about like, let's do the scheme to like sync Prime, right? That's not a thing that's going on here. We don't have anything of that sort. It's more like, I mean, like what took down the second tower, right? But if we were to go down these one by one, the idea that I have an incentive to nuke Prime show doesn't compete with mine. Like legitimately, no, it doesn't.
Hold on.
He specifically.
None of this is important to anyone. You just asked me to like speculate. I can speculate. I wouldn't stake any of my reputation on any of that. But none of that's relevant to what I'm saying.
So wait, you say you're not going to stake your reputation on any of these claims? You're just wild speculation then. You'll admit to that.
You asked me for speculation, and I gave you speculation.
Okay, so
you said, why do you think we do this? But that's not relevant to anything.
Okay, but can I not? I still want to talk about the speculation if we just said about why I think that doesn't make sense to me.
Well, yeah, you can do that, and
can I do it then, please?
But yeah, sure. I'm just saying that you can't say that your speculation is when you ask me to wildly speculate. I don't know what the motivations for you guys are behind this. I don't know. I'm not friends with any of you in particular enough to know that. So I don't know. You told me to guess, and I even started with, well, I don't really know. I haven't thought about it, and I could guess.
Okay,
but yeah, none of this is relevant.
I'm just interested because this feels so wild. But the first thing is like he specifically doesn't stream his panel show at the same time as mine.
Do you see how desperate he is to go ahead and voice like why these things are not the same? Like, he's literally begging Destiny, explain to me why there would be a conflict. Then after he begs Destiny, say it. Tell me exactly, specifically, what is it? Make an appeal to common sense. What is it? What is it? How? Then Destiny's like, well, I mean, I guess, like, okay, here's the obvious. I feel like it's so obvious I don't need to say it. No, tell me. What exactly is it? Then as soon as he does it, then it's like, oh, well, okay, good. Now that you said all that, like, let me address this. No, it's not really important. Like, it's not really, no. But you said it, so like at this point, can I do it? I mean, you can if you want to. Okay, good. Can I do it right now? Like, no, this isn't my main point. Like, this isn't really like I would not stake my career on this. Like, this is like literally, I'm just like, this is what you asked me for, so I gave it to you. So okay, so you're admitting it's speculate. Yes, okay, but like, all right, so now I can. Okay, look. So his panel is not, bro. This is OD. This ain't even a trap card. This ain't a trap card. This is as wild as all outside, bro. Like, I mean, this is wild as I'm bad with idioms. I'm tired. Nigga, he literally didn't hide it. This was not the type where it's like, you know what I'm saying? Let me set this up and he gonna fall into it. It's like, hey, by the way, just so we're clear here, I'm gonna talk about this. So do you have anything you want to say about this before I go? Nigga, that was that. That's OD. This is not covert at all. Oh my God. And then watch him go through this thing. This is clearly prepared.
It's fine because he knows mine is bigger. He specifically will start once Hippy Dippy's over, right? Hans has done a similar thing. He moved his show from Fridays when I was in the hospital to Saturdays, specifically not to compete with my show because my show's bigger. It brings views away from it. He does things on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays after I stream Fridays. He doesn't even do like one of those planned streams on Fridays. So it has no, I wouldn't know why I would want to take Prime Kai's out if he doesn't even directly compete with my viewership. Why?
And that's great.
That wasn't prepared at all. That wasn't prepared at all. There we go. I don't play Magic, but I like that. This ain't a trap card. This is a face-up attack position, blue eyes, white dragon. Nigga, that's I'm saying. Come on, bro. It's not hidden at all. Let me show you another one. Last one, I promise you. Last one. It's when Samantha's talking and he's just like, did he have any suspicions? Watch. $117.51. Bro, it's so ham.
Which we've covered. He said he feels like
go to
this.
Europe for her. Yeah.
Yeah. I dropped a line in that Katarana war room that kind of irked him, but I'll touch that later. He said this was another one. Said it feels like a setup, like someone got into her ear and told her that it's abuse.
Does he have suspicions?
Dylan.
What does he think I did exactly?
Well, according like his quote was, someone got into her ear and told her that it's abuse.
Okay, then. What's the next one?
Bro. And now, hold up. Let's not stop there. Juxtapose that next to the other conversation on the other stream where they were literally talking about, like, she literally said the words. I didn't want to say, I just wanted to make it a whatever. I wanted to make it a cancel. I just wanted to make it a termination letter. And they had said, no, you've been harassed. You need to make this about harassment. Sounds like somebody got inside her ear and then said, yeah, you need to make this about harassment. It doesn't stop there. It's, oh, Dev V, I love you. Okay.
I quit, and as I said, I wanted it to just be I quit, and I was told, no, you're being harassed, and it's important that people know that it's not just you saying, oh, lol, I'm busy. Like, no, I'm being harassed, and that's why I'm not working there anymore.
Dylan. He said he feels
go
like
to
this.
Europe for her. Yeah.
Yeah. I dropped a line in that Katarana war room that kind of irked him, but I'll touch that later. He said, this was another one, said it feels like a setup, like someone got into her ear and told her that it's abuse.
Bro, what do you say to that? I don't know how to make people a VIP. Someone else has to do it. I literally don't know how to use Twitch, bro. I'm the worst person on the planet. I'm looking. I have add friend, whisper, gift a sub, ban, timeout, message. I don't know how to make someone a VIP. I really don't know. Bro, it doesn't stop there. There's more. Watch another one. He's literally, what's the word? Champing at the bit. Watch this one. You guys ready? This is the last one. I swear to you, this is the last one and I'm knocking out. Look, listen to this.
Said that he always thought she was suspect.
Did he clarify what he meant by she was suspect?
He didn't really clarify. Like I said, this was all in order, and I was typing them as fast as I could.
Was this like a yelly rant type thing?
Kind of more like a freak out, hyperventilating rant, and then like a lot of, like just constant.
Look at what she jumps to.
How could someone plant somebody there to go get sexually harassed? Like, if you're not doing anything, then the plant is not very successful, no?
Well, no, this was Operation Woman Existing. Operation Woman Exists.
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure I'll be blamed for this later on too. Banana Clan's just taking everybody down. Fuck.
Bro. It's everywhere. There are more. I'm not kidding you. It was every time it came up. Every time it comes up, he jumps at it like, wait, hold on. But what's the suspicion, though? Like, I mean, so are they implying me? What? So you think it's fine? I want to show one more, y'all. I want to show one more. Can I do one more, please? I said I promise, but, like, can I break my promise? This last one, I promise. Like, I promise. One more. Last one, I promise. I'm hungry. One more. This is the final one. Okay? Let me find it. 1 second. This one is so obvious because Destiny's not even saying what he thinks it, and he just jumps on like, so what you're saying, I planted something? And it's like, Destiny didn't say anything like that. This is OD! This is the worst one. Watch this. Look at this.
This is not like your fucking like college dean that has a relationship with your family. This is literally like a guy on the internet is hitting on you. What do you mean doesn't know how to deal with these situations?
Some people don't know how to deal with these situations on a lot.
Okay, no, this is what Destiny says. Listen to what Destiny says and watch Dylan's response.
What do you mean, a guy on the internet? You could just say it's a guy on the internet, but yeah, so you don't know how to deal with these situations.
I should back up just a few seconds so you guys get a better context so you understand what exactly.
Talk to the people.
Okay.
She honestly just doesn't know how to deal with these types of situations. A lot of people who have dealt with these situations before don't know how to deal with these situations or how to deal with it directly or talk to the people.
Okay, stop. Hold on. I'm sorry. This is not like your fucking like college dean that has a relationship with your family. This is literally like a guy on the internet is hitting on you. What do you mean doesn't know how to deal with these situations?
Some people don't know how to deal with these situations on a lot. What do you mean, a guy on the internet? You could just say it's a guy on the internet, but yeah, so you don't know how to deal with these situations.
So her way of dealing with it, instead of just saying something, is to make a convoluted plan to start telling randoms in the hopes that it gets back. Yes.
Wait, that started 5 months ago. So you
gotta listen to Destiny one more time, okay? Listen.
You think this was like
so her way of dealing with it, instead of just saying something, is to make a convoluted plan to start telling randoms in the hopes that it gets back. Yes.
I'm going to read this to you word for word. I wrote these things down because I'm that nigga. So her way of dealing with it instead of saying anything is to make a convoluted plan to start telling randoms in the hope that it gets back. Her way of dealing with this harassment is instead of saying anything is to make a convoluted plan to start telling randoms in the hope that it gets back to him. Okay? This is how she's dealing with it. Listen to Dylan's response.
Wait, that started 5 months ago. So you think this was a convoluted plan that started 5 months ago to wait 5 months in slumber to come then 5 months later, open up and then spread this all online. This was a 5 month. There was a plan going 5 months in the process.
What are you talking about? Destiny's saying, so she was like hoping people would say something till they spoke to him, like she did with Samantha and like she did with the other people and Aiko and whatever. Like, hey, like this is the person that's doing it, and hoping it gets back to him so it would stop. That's what Destiny's saying her plan is. And he's like, wait, so you're saying it was a 5-month plan and we were waiting to torpedo this to eventually come out with this information? And it's like, yo, where are you getting this? He's a kid though. He's really young. He's like 20 years old, bro. He's not thinking like too far ahead. You know that feeling. I'm gonna be 100% real with y'all. Y'all know, like early on when you first young and you got some new fresh flesh in front of you, and you in one of them situations where you trying to take something down and you dang near can't help but like move the conversation to the sexual part, but all your older folks around you have told you, nigga, you can't rush into it. If you rush too quick, she gonna scare away, so you gotta chill. Like, you know what I'm saying? Let it naturally progress there. But you dang near, it's like dang near at the tip of your lips, like, yo, let me get that, right? Like, all of the pressure and everything, but you just jump in and just go ahead and get to it. That's this nigga right now, bro. That's him. That's him. Wait, so you're saying, like, you know, you're saying you think it might be? Like, wait, who did he think, though? Like, and I just want to hear it. Who does he think? Oh, he thinks it's me? Oh, that's crazy. Oh, you know, why does he think it's me, though? Oh, for real? What? That's crazy. That's stupid. Well, okay, hold on. Let me tell you why that wouldn't work, though. No, let's find out. No. Let me tell you. Well, okay, but why do you think it would work then? No, okay, good. Well, you said it now, so I gotta respond to that. Like, no, you don't really. I gotta respond. Look, no, we're not in the same vein right here. I would never do it for that reason. Like, this is stupid. We don't even compete. Really, like, we're not. Like, nigga, you were dying to do it. That's OD. Bruh. I don't know. These conversations are OD. These conversations are OD. I don't know how this is real, bro. I think it's disgusting. Oh! Can I say it out loud? Can I say that? Wait, you said that in the chat, didn't you? Thank you, Zovia. Okay, good. You said it. I can say it. I have a screenshot here. She literally told people. She literally told Samantha. I haven't told anyone in the community about this, but you either. But then in her other thing, in her Twitlonger, she literally said that she had told Aiko and all them other Aiko and that other person, Zoni, I want to say, before then. Do I have the Twitlonger still? Because you know she left that up. That's still her attention grab. Come on, baby. Where's that? All right, man. Look, I ain't even holding back on that one. I totally agree. That'd be fair. Let me get that. Twitlonger. Here we are. Aiko. When was this date? April 22nd. Oh, no. That's not when this was. This doesn't have the date. Oh, April 29th. April 29th, 21. Here's a screenshot of a piece. They do this like every day, and they know I live with my boyfriend, but they won't stop. Do you have any advice? That was April 29th. So she definitely told Aiko April 29th. NCC's chat. That was back in April. Samantha Banana. April 29th. Wait a minute. Hold on. Samantha, your conversation is in April 29th. Here you're saying, hey, you, is everything okay? I saw some comments on the stream and just making sure it's not someone in my community. So then at that point, in April 29th, you're saying, hey, I'm a bit too scared to say, to be honest. I'm not big enough to feel safe. And you said, no worries, if you're ever ready, I'll hit that yeet button. So I feel like I'll just lose my platform if I talk. That was April 29th. And when was Aiko? So at that point, she had mentioned on stream already, right? Yeah, listen, y'all, I gotta go. Tomorrow, I'm gonna juxtapose some more stuff. Those conversations are very telling. And Dylan told me specifically to watch Dude Butt, aka Wicked Supreme's stream in the conversation. You can look through the Twitch. If you can look through our Twitter conversation, you can see the conversation that we were having. And he was like, my opinion is, like, again, the apology needs to be as loud, if not louder, than the original offense. And so I'm saying, like, nigga, you got some answers to give. And it doesn't seem like he was willing to do that. He sounds like he's really reluctant. I'm not feeling that. But tomorrow, I'm going in. I'm gonna watch this Wicked Supreme thing. I'm not a fan of Dude Butt as it is, so it's gonna be painful. But I'm just expecting more lies. This is gonna be crazy, bro. This is too disgusting. It's definitely bedtime. I'm gonna go get some food though, real quick. Listen. Nope, not saying it. Listen, I love y'all for being through here. Listen, shout out to my boy Prodigy, the Prince, the real nigga. Listen, when y'all go to sleep tonight, there's this thing. It's an album. It's called Soundscapes. Click it right now. Put it on Spotify. Listen to it. It's my songs. You know that sound that plays when you hit the follow button? Someone hit a follow real quick, and I'm going to show you something. Just hit a follow so I can show you this really quickly. Okay? It's an Easter egg. How do I get to it? Boom. You hear that noise? Now listen to this real quick, okay? I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but just listen to this. That's a reference to one of my songs. That's my song. The name of the song is Muse. Check it out. It's on all platforms. You search the name Fanatiq, no mister. And you look for Muse, or you look on Spotify, or you look on Tidal, or you look on SoundCloud, or no, maybe not SoundCloud. I probably have it up on SoundCloud. I'm not sure. I don't really manage it like that. That's why I need a manager. But Muse, that's the name of that song. Yeah. See, now I got y'all niggas wanting to hear the rest of that song. You see what I meant? And now, if you've listened to the song and you get addicted to it and you just want to hear it all the time and you listen to it on repeat, every time you hear that, it's gonna be like, ooh, I want to listen to Muse. That's the game. Working. Nah, real talk. I think this should being 100% real. Aside from all the other nonsense, I think this situation is disgusting. I think the fact that they were trying to torpedo another person just did seem like it was like a freaking a digital lynching. I'm not about that action, and especially when I start feeling like there's like manipulation and lying and all that kind of nonsense that's happening. It seemed like literally no parties were completely honest. The only one I know of that's been honest so far is Prime Kai's. It didn't seem like there was a direct rebuttal to any of the things he stated. He pointed out there was a very obvious timeline. Yes, we were flirty. Yes, I was trying to pursue. She made it clear there wasn't. And once we started to work the relationship, there was not a single one. Katarana did not come forward with any evidence. Like, no, there was still things that we're maintaining afterwards. Instead, she came with the convenient. No, it stopped as soon as he was gone. It stopped as soon as it stopped and it was only on phone. He knew to only do it on phone, which sounds incredibly malicious. While she's simultaneously saying, like, no, I wasn't angry at him. I wasn't angry at all. I didn't think he deserved to be canceled. No, there was nothing. Freak out of here, bro. And you know he ain't giving that money to no dang charity. You know it. And it doesn't stop there. It's not a single thing. Because those viewers, when you get 5,000 people and people start coming into the middle of a drama stream, then they start thinking, like, oh, okay, well, this is a new nigga. I didn't know about him, but I'm going to follow this nigga. He knows that there's long-term ramifications, and he was hoping overall for the complete torpedo of Prime Kai's channel, which means now Hans of Hakir gets the pickup. Katarana gets the pickup, and so now they get to just go ahead and pass her around as producer from Wizaddy to Wizaddy while they go ahead and continue to reap all the benefits of Prime Kai's labor, and so it speeds up their growth process. I think this is terrible. The whole situation is disgusting. I won't stand for it. Christopher Reeve won't sit for it. This is not okay. Yeah, I'm not feeling that. Y'all check out the album, whatever, all the nonsense. We'll go in tomorrow.